morning, everyone. Welcome. Please, I just want to kindly crave your indulgence. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. At least for those that came to the room and avoided Nigerian time. Thank you very much. But let me use this opportunity to announce to the students, if you're a student seated downstairs here, please, we would like you to go upstairs. Your seats are upstairs. So please, students amongst us, please, can you just advance upstairs, a step higher. Thank you very much. We'll be starting shortly.
Do you know what's hiding in your business's data? Companies of all sizes use BigQuery to
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. You've been such an outstanding audience. We're starting right about now, so I would ask and plead that we all settle down so that we can start the conference. Please, let's all settle down. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please may we all rise for the national anthem and thereafter the NES anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land, the tribe of Medieval, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and history count us day. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our warm request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
The NES anthem.
Society, our voice is strong. We stand for progress. We stand for change. Our voice is strong. Our vision is clear. We stand for progress. We stand for change. We are the Nigerian economic society. Our mission is to promote economic prosperity. We are the advocates of economic policy. Our conferences are a forum for dialogue. We strive to provide intellectual leadership and help Nigeria achieve sustainable development. Nigerian economic society. Nigerian economic society. Our voice is strong. Our vision is clear. We stand for progress. We stand for change. Our voice is strong. Our vision is clear. We stand for progress. We stand for change. Together we can make a difference.
Thank you very much. Please be kindly seated. One would say, for those of us that are not economists, how do we now recite in anthem of the NES? But we know we're in safe hands. Your Excellencies, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, represented by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, who is ably represented by the Special Advisor to the President on Economic Affairs in the Office of the Vice President, Dr. Tokme Fashua. Let me welcome specially Your Excellencies, Ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, ably represented by Mrs. Grace Ogbonna, the Director of Economic Research and Policy Management. The Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, His Excellency Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, ably represented by Dr. Emeka Vitalis Obi, MNI, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. He just walked in. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. The Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, represented by Dr. Miriam Kashiro. Welcome, ma. You're welcome. Former Ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Samsudeen Usman, CON, former Minister of Finance and currently the Chairman of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, Mofi. You're welcome, sir. Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners here present. We have the High Commissioner of Bangladesh to Nigeria. You're welcome, sir, Your Excellency. Representatives of governors here present. I know we have honorable commissioners in the house from Ondo State as well as Oyo State. Thank you very much for coming, as well as special advisors from various states. Thank you very much. We acknowledge your presence. Distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly here present, thank you for coming. Mr. Taiwo Yedele, the Chairman, Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, we acknowledge you, sir. Director General, CEOs, MDs of government agencies and departments, the MD of NDIC, Mr. Bello Hassan, the head of the Fiscal Responsibility Commission is also here represented. Chairman of Federal Civil Service Commission, Professor Tunji Olokwa, welcome. We appreciate you most heartedly. Captains of industry and organized private sector, we have the DG of the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Mr. Adewale Smart Oyeri, represented by Mrs. Judith Tiete, head of the Abuja Corporate Office of NECA. Thank you for coming. There's also a representative from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Thank you all for coming. I'd like to specially acknowledge the President and Chairman of the Council of the Nigerian Economic Society, Professor Adiola Adenikinju. I thought I'll hear a round of applause for that. He's our host. Past Presidents of the Nigerian Economic Society, the Nigerian Economic Society Governing Council, distinguished fellows, distinguished awardees. There are so many of them in the room. I almost feel, you know, this room is filled with professors of economics and doctors. So for those of us that are not professors and doctors, only God knows what will happen to us today. But of course, it's a gathering that we would learn from them. The LOC, Local Organizing Committee, please can we give a round of applause for them for putting this together. NES members, professors of economics like I mentioned, and let me see if I can just mention a few because I see a few of them. Professor Aki Wayemi, Professor Lua Jakaye, Professor Mike Obadan, Professor Akpan Ekpo, Professor Ndubisi Nwokoma, Professor Sarah Ayanwu, Professor Joseph Odama. Welcome to you all. Please, a round of applause for our professors. And I would also acknowledge the doctors too. Please, a round of applause, because there are a lot of doctors too in the room. NES Association, esteemed panelists and discussants, the NES 65th Annual Conference sponsors. Please, a round of applause for all our sponsors. And please permit me to do a roll call of all our sponsors, because definitely without them we can't be here. You know, they had to open their pockets to dish out that money. So please, I will do a roll call very quickly. The Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. Please, as I mentioned them, can we give them a round of applause so that next year they can give us money too? Central Bank of Nigeria, Bank of Industry, the NDIC, Development Bank of Nigeria, National Bureau of Statistics, Fiscal Responsibility Commission, the Securities and Exchange Commission, Green Energy International Limited, All Grace Energy, Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, TED Fund, Equilibra Energies, Fulton Marine Services Limited, Bellagio Air, please don't get tired, Veritas University, Philomat University, Lapo Microfinance Bank, Alice Charis Gas Limited, Innovation Lab for Policy Leadership in Agriculture and Food Security, Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, CC, Development Research and Project Center, Morehouse College. And a few individuals have also been so exceptional by giving to the NES, like Professor Anthony Adekun Lugbe, Professor Juliet Elu, Dr. Kingsley Obiora, and Dr. Sarah Alade. Thank you very much for that. Nigeria's development partners here in the room, civil society organizations, invited guests and participants in person and online, are made to understand that we're also streaming online. Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to the 65th Annual Conference of the Nigerian Economic Society. Please, a round of applause. 65 years is not a mean feat. It's an absolute honor to stand before such a distinguished gathering of minds here to discuss the shape and the future of our nation's socio-economic landscape. My name is Nancy Naji. I anchor the business and economic program on AIT called Moneyline with Nancy. Thank you very much for that applause. And I am thrilled to be your host for this prestigious event. I'm also delighted to announce that I'll be joined by my co-anchor, Havila Sam Aliu. He's the PRO of Bowen University. He will be helping me, of course, navigate through the next 3 days of insightful discussions and deliberations. This year's theme, socio-economic development in Nigeria, imperatives, implications, and impacts, could not be more timely. In fact, when I was speaking with the president of the NES last week, I actually told myself, Prof, this topic, this theme is so wide. Everything can enter into it. And he actually said that is the essence of the theme of this conference. But one would ask, why is this conference so crucial at this time, especially in today's economic landscape? We are all in the room. We know what the economy of the country is saying. Inflation at over 30%, unemployment rate. I can read all the numbers, but I'm not comfortable because I have the masters of the numbers in the room. So Nigeria stands at a crossroad where the decisions we make today will shape the economic realities of tomorrow. As we gather here today, our nation stands at a critical juncture, facing challenges and opportunities that demand our collective expertise, innovation, and action. And this conference is not just an academic exercise, but a crucial forum for us to generate ideas that will shape policies and drive Nigeria's economic future. We'll have over 10 plenary sessions, President, if I'm not mistaken, for the next 3 days, countless technical papers and presentations lined up. We are not just talking. We are paving a way for real and lasting change. If a country such as Nigeria can have economists in the room, our country should be better for it than it is today. An African proverb wisely says, the best way to eat an elephant in your path is to cut him into little pieces. This reflects our task over the next 3 days, taking on the giant challenges of socio-economic development by dissecting them into manageable and, most importantly, actionable strategies. As another saying goes, when the music changes, so does the dance. In economics, the little economics that I know, when the factors change, so must our strategies change. And that is why your presence here today is vital. We need your expertise, your insight, and your passion to navigate the complexities of our economy and steer us towards a prosperous future. As we immerse ourselves today in the sessions ahead, I encourage every one of us to stay connected within and beyond this conference. The Nigerian Economic Society, I must say, has a fantastic app called NES Connect, available on both iOS and on Android. And this app will keep you informed about publications, ongoing research, and other important details about NES. I know as time goes on, it will be put on the screen so that we can download. So don't forget to download and stay connected with the society and your fellow professionals. I must also announce that NES has a wonderful podcast called the Economic Jigsaw. So just before we get into the nitty-gritty, I will also announce that for conveniences, when we leave this room, it's to your left. And you will see a signage to your left leading to the restrooms in case we really need to use the restroom. So out of this room to your left. And now to set the stage for our discussions and officially welcome you all to this conference, it is my great honor to introduce our first speaker, someone who needs no introduction, but I'll do the honors nonetheless. He's the 44th president of the Nigerian Economic Society. He holds, thank you very much, please clap for Presido. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Ibadan, has an illustrious career consulting for renowned organizations such as the EU, UN, NLNG, World Bank. He served as one of the consultants for the first perspective plan for Nigeria and served as the president of the Nigerian Association for Energy Economics from 2011 to 2015. Notably, he was also a member of the CBN's Monetary Policy Committee from 2018 to 2023. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Adeola Adenikinju, President, Nigerian Economic Society, to the stage to deliver his welcome remarks. Please keep the applause coming.
Thank you so very much, Nancy. Nancy is a honorary member of this society. Is a worthy economist. Thank you so very much, and thank you for establishing a protocol. That was a very long list. I wouldn't want to just repeat that. But let me also join to apologize for starting this program behind schedule. So, Your Excellencies, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Vice President, ably represented by the Special Advisor on Economic Affairs, and then the Chairman, and other protocols duly observed. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear friends, it is a great pleasure and privilege for me to stand before you today to welcome you to the 65th Annual Conference of the Nigerian Economic Society, the NES. The theme of this year's conference is the socio-economic development in Nigeria, imperatives, implications, and impact. The theme is deliberately made broad to allow for all economists, regardless of their areas of specialization, to contribute to the national discourse on how to transform the socio-economic conditions of our country, Nigeria. As we have already been aware, the NES is one of the oldest, actually I should say the oldest, professional organization in Nigeria, having been registered in 1957 in London. It is the umbrella for all trained economists in Nigeria. The NES provides a platform for economists, be they in the academia, the private sector, research and consultancy, and the public sector, to engage in constructive dialogue for national economic growth and sustainable development. Our annual conference is where this dialogue is at its peak. The NES has been at the forefront of policy advocacy and the shaping of economic policies for promoting Nigeria's sustainable economic development since inception. It boasts of the largest pool of economic experts in Nigeria, from the private and public sectors, as well as the academia and the diaspora, with wide-ranging policy experience. The NES has been led by many renowned economists, and some of them are present here today, including the late Professor Jetuja Boyade, late Professor Sam Aluko, Dr. Pius Okibo, Dr. Shamsuddin Usman, Professor S.B. Ajayi, Professor Mike Wadashi, and many of our professors who are seated here today. This year's conference is unique in the history of NES because of its robust means of participants and conference activities. It parades the largest number of professional attendees in the annals of the association's annual conference history, with a significant population of students participants. Other conference activities include the launch of Nes app, as I've just been told, the Nes Connect, a presentation that will be done later on by the newly inaugurated women wing of the NES female professionals. We have also, for the first time, what we call the NES Past Presidents Roundtable, to listen to our past presidents, provide solutions, to diagnose and provide solutions to some of the economic challenges in the country. We also expect that there will be 2 special sessions, and then at the last day of this conference, we'll have an award night and a gala night, a time for us to cool down. And then also, we also have a PhD award that we give to very distinguished, to the best 3 PhD theses in Nigerian universities. At this conference, we'll be inducting new members of the society. And just like Nancy mentioned earlier, over 180 papers will be presented at 30 concurrent sessions and 10 plenary sessions in the next 3 days. There's also a special session sponsored by Development Research and Project Center that also will be held on the 3rd day. Indeed, there's no gainsaying that in spite of Nigeria's huge human and natural resource potential, it is facing major existential economic challenges. Over the years, it has manifested in accumulated socio-economic challenges such as poverty, unemployment, high inflation, which is one of the highest in the whole world, and weak economic growth rates. While it would be dubious to attribute all these challenges to economic factors, it's obvious that the majority of the challenges are also structural in nature. Their negative manifestations are largely the result of cumulative macroeconomic policy failures of the past, poor governance, ineffective state capacity, and poor leadership vision. In order to arrest the economic drift, President Tinubu's administration has implemented a well-intended, bold structural and macroeconomic reforms to enhance policy effectiveness, reverse the dangerous slide, and ensure medium to long-term economic stability and sustainable inclusive development. While key short-run economic risks and vulnerabilities have been triggered by the reforms, such as the spiraling inflation, which has resulted in cost of living challenges and higher cost of funds, there's very little superior argument against the desirability of these reforms. And while the jury is still out, it is fair to say that despite their sequencing limitations, the reform outcomes are not only a story of policy of woes and chaos. We have started to see some few potential benefits, including, in the GDP figure we just had, and the inflation figure that seems to be, turning the corner. Some of the initial gains of the reform include a reduction in the forest premium, will prosper for medium to long run exchange rate stability, a GDP growth of 2.98% and 3.19% in Q1 and Q2 2024. Both figures are higher than for corresponding periods in 2023. We have also seen some evidence of disinflation, as seen in the July figure for headline inflation. Annual foreign investment capital inflows have also increased compared to the immediate past years. Further, the improved Fitch and Moody ratings of long-term credit prospects of the Nigerian economy provide evidence of the restoration of international investors' confidence as a consequence of the reform impasse. In summary, it can be safely said that it is money yet on creation day for the full medium to long-term benefits of the ongoing reform to manifest. However, given the downside risk that the reforms have unleashed, it is imperative that both the fiscal and the monetary authorities should move with a sense of urgency to fix some of the negative fallouts of the reform policies on firms and households. This is a critical part of the mission of this year's annual conference: advancement of workable policies to address Nigeria's current socio-economic challenges. The conference will provide new ideas on the implementation of the reforms and how to deepen the gains of reforms while minimizing the adjustment cost. As trained economists, the society is not pleased that the government has scarcely considered or consulted us in formulating and implementing the policy reform agendas. The NES is best placed to provide the government with expert ideas on economic reforms. Our members include academics and research scholars who have spent years on research, published academic papers, supervised doctoral theses, and consulted for governments and international organizations around the world. Yet, our members are absent in the rooms where national economic policies are being crafted. We need to reverse this trend. The NS has played leading roles in drafting the current and many of the medium to long-term development plans for Nigeria. Through the medium of this conference and other policy advocacy initiatives, we look forward to deepening our partnership with the federal and state governments for the good of all stakeholders. Notable economists within and outside Nigeria will participate in this year's conference, and a lot of them are already seated here. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next 3 days will provide opportunities to learn a lot from policy and academic leaders, as well as opportunity for interactions and networking. There's also a place for social events. As they say, working without play makes Jack a dull boy. Please join us on Thursday for our awards and gala night at NAF Conference Center. It will be a night of dance and music. I urge participants, especially those joining us from outside Abuja, to relax, network, and enjoy the conference warm atmosphere and Abuja's beautiful landscape. The LOC, council members, and ushers are on hand to provide answers to any of your questions. Finally, I sincerely thank all the conference organizing committee members, our sponsors, friends, and well-wishers, and all those whose input and sacrifices have made this event possible. I thank you for honoring our invitation. I wish you a pleasant and constructive engagement at this conference. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and may God bless the Nigerian Economic Society. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for Professor Adeola Adenikinji, the 44th President of the NES. Prof's paper would be distributed around the room shortly so that we can take that along with us. So thank you, Prof, for those insightful and inspiring remarks. Your words definitely have truly set the tone for this conference. I've actually also wondered why, not just even this administration, other administrations, why the number of economists we have in this country, renowned ones for that matter, they are not in the room when economic policies are being crafted. I don't mean to throw any shade, but it's as if you're sick, we must go to a doctor, isn't it? If you want drugs to be administered to you, you would want a qualified pharmacist to do that. So why is it different for the economics profession? And I hope that from now to the next 3 days, we will begin to get solutions to that. So thank you very much, Prof. Your leadership at this time and dedication in advancing the field of economics is very commendable, and we are privileged to have you guide us through this pivotal gathering. Just before we move along, let me just do some more recognitions. We have Professor Kevin Chika Orama. He's the Chief Economist and Vice President of African Development Bank. Please, Professor Orama, please can you stand for them to recognize you? Thank you very much for coming. Prof, good to see you. The last time we saw was on my show when he joined me from Côte d'Ivoire. So thank you very much, Prof, for coming. We also have Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim, Executive Director, Operations of the NDIC, representing the MD of NDIC. Please, a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim, for coming. Also from the NDIC is the Executive Director, Corporate Services, Mrs. Emily Chidima Osuji. Thank you very much. Ali, let there be a gender balance. Barrister Charles Abana is Director, Legal Investigation and Enforcement, Fiscal Responsibility Commission. He's representing the Chairman of the Fiscal Responsibility Commission, Barrister Victor Muraco. Thank you very much for coming. We also have a rep from the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, Mrs. Adepoju Aramide. Thank you very much for coming. Alhaji Ibrahim Dirisu is the representative of the Director General of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Thank you for coming, sir. We have the Director General, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Professor Abubakar Sulaiman, represented by Dr. Augustine Osigwe. Dr. Osigwe, thank you for coming. Please, a round of applause. Last but not the least, we have Honorable Babangida Nguroje, former Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives from 2007 to 2011. He's the Chairman, NIPC. Now, welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause. And of course, a very budding constituency that we don't need, that we need to recognize. Because for those of us in the room, we also have to pass the baton. So I duly recognize Nigerian Economic Students Association. I recognize you again. So thank you very much for coming. I know we all have our programs. There will be a slight change to the program. And the slight change will be the tea break would come immediately after the group photograph. So we'll take it as such. So the tea break is not coming as at when you're seeing it in your program, but we'll take the tea break after the group photograph. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we have started this journey of intellectual exploration as well as collaboration, I want to encourage you all that we should take full advantage of the opportunities that this conference presents. Whether it's through networking with fellow professionals like Professor Adeni Kinju mentioned earlier, or even engaging in deep discussions during the plenary session. I'm looking forward to those plenary sessions because that's also where I will learn a lot. You know, I will learn to take to my show and say all the things that will be said here. You know, so I am expecting that we engage in deep discussions, reflect on the thought-provoking presentations that would also be here. But let us remember that our collective insights are the driving force behind Nigeria's economic development. So we shouldn't all be quiet. So as we move on to the next item on the agenda, let me introduce the chairman of this conference, His Excellency Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning. Although the minister could not be with us today, of course, due to the trip to China with Mr. President, we are privileged to have his distinguished representative, Dr. Emeka Vitalis Obi, MNI, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, here to deliver the opening remarks on behalf of the minister. Dr. Obi has been a pillar in the ministry with a deep commitment to national development. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Emeka Vitalis Obi to the stage.
President of the Nigerian Economic Society, Professor Adekinju, representative of the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, the Permanent Secretary, Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, the former Minister of the defunct National Planning Commission, Dr. Shamsuddin Usman, the former President of the Nigerian Economic Society, representative of the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Chair of the Presidential Tax Reform Committee, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, representatives of the development partners, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all guests here represented. I am Dr. Vitalis Obi, MNI, Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, standing in for His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Abubakar Bagudu, CON. He's unavoidably absent because he's presently with the presidential delegation visit to the Republic of People's Republic of China. I am truly delighted to be part of this significant gathering at this 65th annual conference of the Nigerian Economic Society. Over the years, this conference has consistently provided a vital platform where both public and private sectors converge to deliberate on innovative strategies and solutions aimed at propelling our nation towards sustainable development. It is an occasion that underscores our collective commitment to addressing Nigeria's multifaceted socio-economic challenges while aligning our strategies with the broader national goals of inclusive growth and resilience. Today's gathering is particularly timely given the industrial economic reforms currently unfolding in Nigeria. These reforms carry profound implications for our macroeconomic landscape and social environment. This year's theme, Socioeconomic Development in Nigeria, Imperatives of Sustainable Economic Growth and Development, is especially pertinent as it resonates with our national aspiration for a prosperous and sustainable future. As we engage in these critical discussions, we are reminded of Nigeria's vast potential and crucial steps we must take to achieve lasting economic progress. Ladies and gentlemen, the recent global economic upheavals have underscored the pressing need for robust, ranging from volatile oil prices and the COVID-19 pandemic to geopolitical tensions, including persistent fiscal imbalance, vulnerable external position, structural limitations, and insecurity. While the overall GDP growth for 2023 stood at 2.74% with a slight increase to 2.98% in the first quarter of 2024 and 3.19% in the second quarter of 2024 compared to 2.31% in the first quarter of 2023 and 2.51% in the second quarter of 2023. These figures, though encouraging, remind us of our vulnerability to external shocks. Strengthening our economic resilience requires a concerted effort to diversify our economy beyond oil, prioritize infrastructural investment, and enhance social safety nets. These challenges posed by rising inflation, the removal of fuel subsidies, and exchange rate volatility have had significant impact on our socio-economic landscape. Addressing these challenges requires a strategic approach rooted in prudent fiscal policies and targeted interventions. Our efforts in these areas have been critical in mitigating the adverse effects of these challenges, but continuous attention is essential to maintain economic stability and foster inclusive growth. As we work towards enhancing social safety nets and promoting value chain development, a central component of our socio-economic framework is the significant reduction of poverty and ensuring food security. Our ambition is to achieve self-sufficiency in essential staples like rice and maize by 2025. Food security remains a top priority, guided by initiatives such as the National Food Security Council, which ensures that every Nigerian has access to affordable and nutritious food. These efforts are vital to ensure that the benefits of economic growth are equitably distributed, contributing to a more just and inclusive society. Ladies and gentlemen, our growing population presents a unique opportunity to drive economic growth and embrace the sustainable practices. The intersection of the blue and circular economics, climate change, and socio-economic development offers a promising frontier. By investing in green technologies and sustainable practices, we not only mitigate the impacts of climate change, but also create new avenues for economic growth in emerging new sectors. As we move forward, our collective efforts will be crucial in navigating the complexity of socio-economic development, and these efforts are essential for balancing and stimulating the economy as we remain steadfast in our commitment to the Renewed Hope Agenda and the revised National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. In conclusion, let us focus on building resilience addressing macroeconomic challenges, investing in human capital, and adopting sustainable practices as we steer Nigeria towards inclusive and sustainable growth. The path ahead is indeed very promising. With our concerted efforts, we can achieve the socio-economic transformation that we all envision for our dear nation. Your contributions to this conference are invaluable, and I am confident that through your insights and deliberations, we can reach the 65th Annual Nigerian Economic.
Round of applause for the representative of the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, His Excellency Senator Atiku Abubakar Bagudu, CON. Thank you very much, Dr. Emeka Vitalis, for your thoughtful as well as engaging remarks. It is him also being here shows that the ministry is committed to advancing economic planning, which is crucial to the development of our nation. So we greatly appreciate your presence and the insights you shared with us. Just before we move ahead, I would also like to thank and acknowledge the various repertoires that we have for this event. For the next 3 days, please can we give a round of applause for them? Because if you look at the program, you're seeing doctors, 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 doctors. I'm going to summarize the next 3-day event. So thank you very much. We have so many economists in the room, and I was just thinking while I was back there, I was just saying to myself, do economists, do they read novels? I don't think so, because the only numbers in novels are page numbers. So you are only just used to seeing the numbers in novels. I don't think you will read them. You know, so it is with great anticipation that we move to our keynote address, and it is my distinct honor to introduce the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun. Although the Minister is also unable to be with us in person today, we are fortunate to have his representative here to deliver the keynote address on the theme of this conference, which is socio-economic development in Nigeria, imperatives, implications, and impacts. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the first woman that would come on stage and speak, apart from me, Mr. Wale Edun's representative, who will provide us with valuable insight and set the stage for important discussions to follow. I thought I would hear a round of applause as I welcome Mrs. Grace Ogbonna, the Director, Economic Research Policy Management. Please keep the applause going until she comes.
Thank you for having me here. On behalf of my minister, who all of you know is unavoidably absent on a national assignment, again, Mrs. Ogbonna Grace Mmebunam, Director, Economic Research and Policy Management, the Ministry of Finance. Also, my permanent secretary is also engaged. Thus, I'm here. I will read the keynote, the speech of the Honorable Minister, word to word. Standing on the existing protocol, which was established by Nancy, we have so many economic policy experts in this conversation aimed at re-engineering a new paradigm for Nigerian socio-economic development and shared prosperity. The theme of this conference couldn't have been more appropriate in this era of our national economic challenges. There is already a broad national consensus on the fact that in spite of Nigeria's immense human and natural resource potentials, the capacity to exploit and enhance both to achieve a quantum leap in our socio-economic development has been sadly lacking. The advocacy of effective alternative policy choices for resolving this puzzle is a critical part of our collective mandate at this conference. Let me immediately confess that I am intimidated by the pedigree and the certified policy experts paraded by the Nigerian Economic Society at this conference. Anyone would, but like my acceptance of the mandate to serve Nigeria in the midst of complex economic dislocations, I will go ahead and engage you within my limitations. I am merely a town crier heralding the coming of the real messiahs. You, the gurus seated here, among whom I can see faces of my mates, friends, old and new. My profound appreciation to the President of the Nigerian Economic Society, distinguished Professor Adeola Adeni Kuruju, and his immediate predecessor, my fair lady, and all the society friends whose sacrifices have made the year's conference a reality. For the records, the Nigerian Economic Society is not only the oldest professional association in Nigeria, its well-established track record of policy advocacy and support to successive Nigerian government is not in doubt. It is in affirmation of society's professional preeminence that the Ministry of Finance has partnered with it to synergize and strengthen our economic policy frameworks and delivery capacities. Esteemed professionals, ladies and gentlemen, my conversation with you today will be dimensioned into 4 major segments: a snapshot of Nigeria's current socio-economic development challenges and their apparent root causes, followed by a look at the policy and strategic imperative required for their resolution. Next, we will examine President Tinubu's economic vision and the strategic policy measures designed and implemented for resolving this department's dilemma, as well as targeted economic and social impact. I will conclude our conversation by showcasing the medium and long-term outlook in Nigeria's economic prospects and the way forward. The Nigerian current socio-development challenges. These are well known. I will go through it briefly, and then we go to the agenda of the president, how he intends to solve this problem. Like other emerging developing economies striving for economic convergence, Nigeria currently suffers from many socio-economic development challenges due to many years of poor leadership and policy failures. Let us briefly examine the key ones to see the stories and insights from their most notable policy dilemma of the Nigerian electrification and low productivity. The second is price stability, Nigeria's greatest short-run policy challenge, a product of weak economic fundamentals, high inflation driven mainly by high food prices, production and logistics costs, exchange rate depreciation and global commodity price top, which poses the greatest overall threat to Nigerian sustainability economic growth. The inflation rate has trended in double digits since 2016. There is also a strong imperative to improve the current operating environment to make it more conducive for the inflow and striving of both the foreign and domestic environments. The prevailing operating environment, marked by inadequate infrastructure, insecurity, corruption, foreign exchange scarcity, a depreciating national currency, and bureaucratic and regulatory bottleneck, cannot drive major growth gains for the Nigerian economy. Thirdly, there is low current confidence and major external sector weaknesses. Though silent, weak economic growth has persisted since 2015, with fragile post-2016 recession and post-COVID-19 GDP recovery and growth due to weak fundamentals. This poses a major risk to employment, income, and poverty reduction. Tight physical space, revenue expenditure mismatch, and debt sustainability concerns remain key risks to Nigerian macroeconomic stability and socio-economic development. Persistent annual growth in the fiscal deficit has resulted in rising public debt that is generating sustainability concerns. However, Nigeria debt to revenue ratio, the acid test of debt service capacity, stood at 96% in 2022, but was narrowed to 73.5% in 2023. This implies that for the years 2023, for each 100 of national revenue, Nigeria utilized 73.5 naira to service debt, leaving 26.5 naira, which is considered barely enough to fund growth-enhancing socio-economic development projects or social services for its over 200 million citizens. This demands urgent policy priority to reduce annual debt service outlay to serve revenue for growth, inducing investment and social services. Nigerian prevailing wide infrastructure gap is much. Nigeria's human development is the lowest among its peers due to limited access to quality education and health facilities. Bearing all this in mind, what are the generic policy responses and imperatives for addressing these policy challenges? A general mix in the policy outkit designed to address the challenge of an economic experiencing macroeconomic and structural adjustment challenges such as Nigeria include economic reforms, structural reforms, and institutional and governance reforms. However, prioritizing policy choices is economic specific and a function of the identified deep-rooted challenges that have to be addressed in sequence. So, Mr. President's policy response. The dynamics of Nigerian socio-economic challenges therefore require prioritizing and implementation of a bold reform agenda. The Renew Hope agenda targets transformation of national security, economy, agriculture, and food security, unlocking energy and natural resources, enhancing infrastructure and transportation, and prioritizing education and health, as well as women and youth development. It is also supported by a vision of a US 1 trillion economy. That is a US dollar 1 trillion economy. The strategic policy focus of the Renewed Hope agenda is structural transformation of Nigerian economy, leveraging structural reforms to advance broad economic stability and sustainable inclusive growth in line with Nigerians' identified socio-economic development challenges. These structural reforms target a mix of fiscal and structural reforms, monetary and financial sector reforms, and trade policy reforms. The implementation of these reforms will benefit from historical lessons of earlier successful first-level reforms to guide overall success. I will now look at the way forward. The way forward. While we promise no silver bullets, we believe that the way forward is the grafting of policies and faithful implementation of strategies that will address Nigerians' current socio-economic challenges and translate the renewed hope vision into tangible inputs into Nigeria's sustainable development objectives. The greater policy focus will be on poverty reduction to reduce the impact of inflation on the vulnerable. Economic transformation will be anchored on the development of productive capacities such as skills and productive knowledge, industrial transformation, agricultural sector modernization, investment in renewable energy, and access to finance. Human capital development initiatives will be implemented to upgrade the quality and skills level of Nigerian human capital. New measures for improving the business environment will be implemented, including significant improvements to the ease of doing business, to incentivize the foreign direct investment inflows. We will focus sharply on inflation control to reduce production costs, cost of living, and overall price stability. There will be an ongoing review of the priority of the administration in order to align them with other national priorities in order to build a national consensus around them. We will prioritize policies to incorporate the formal sector into the informal sector into the formal sector. This will lead to a boost in SME growth, an increase in employment, fiscal revenue growth through expansion in tax nets, and the effectiveness of monetary policy transaction. I will end my speech with this advice. May the seed or prayer, may the seed of this year's conference yield colossal positive long-term dividend for the socio-economic development of Nigeria in the years ahead. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for Mrs. Grace Ogbonna, Director, Economic Research Policy Management at the Ministry of Finance. Of course, a lot of key takeaways. We don't need to rehash the economic challenges we're facing in Nigeria, but it is also good to know that we have a government that is focused on alleviating some of this economic pain that millions of Nigerians are facing. Some of my key takeaways from the minister's speech: of course, we need to expand on agriculture. We need to invest in even sectors that will create more jobs. The GDP numbers just came out perhaps a few days ago. I realized, I don't know, this is my own theory, but from economic history that I've seen in the last few years, if the volume of oil, if we increase the volume of oil, that is, our production is high as well as the price is also favorable, our economy grows. You know, but what happens to the other sectors that are also labor intensive or that can also create jobs? So it is the onus of this government to be able to, incentivize investment across sectors that will drive growth. Human capital development, very, very, very essential. Health and education. Inflation control. I mentioned it earlier. Inflation in the country at around 33% now, if I'm not mistaken. It's not to hurry yet. That's a whole lot, you know, for us as a country. But thank you very much, ma'am, for delivering the minister's insightful keynote address. The perspectives that you have shared today are invaluable to us as we delve into the socio-economic issues and, most importantly, work towards solutions that are impactful for our nation. Just before we go ahead, I would like to recognize the distinguished fellow of the Nigerian Economic Society, Professor Uka Ezenwe. Prof, thank you very much for coming. We acknowledge your presence. As we continue with the conference, once again, I'm honored to invite to the stage Professor Adeola Adenikinju, President of the NES. He will be presenting the topic, Economic Issues in Nigeria, the analysis of NES, talking about policy issues and recommendations. And this topic is of immense importance as it will provide us with a comprehensive analysis of where we are right now. So please, another round of applause for Professor Adeola.
Thank you very much, Nancy. It's going to be very short, so let me guarantee you that. Very, very short. Basically, I want to thank the representative of the Honorable Minister of Budget and the Honorable Minister of Finance, because we actually met with them, and they actually brought for the China thing that came up. They will be here. The input of the Honorable Minister of Budget to this meeting is part of what I want to present now, because they assured us he will bring the president, and they want the president to listen to the ideas we have. So that is why we have this particular session, presentation, where we're just going to say some of the things that we as economists what we are thinking about, the current reform. So, but we're going to be very short. We're going to have later on a very deep, detailed presentation to the government about our views on the economy. We actually I set up 12 groups, 12 expert groups, to look at various sectors of the economy, and they've come up with their recommendations, which we are going to submit to the government. But it's just an excerpt of some of the, of the ideas that we have in mind. But like I said, I'll quickly run through them. I hope you help me with the PowerPoint. So we said one of the things we discovered, looking at the current reforms, is that it's like is it a deja vu? Have we gone through this before? Because we start seeing some of the signs, some of the outcomes, some of the preliminary results that we see, they look like deja vu, where we have been here before. So we want to look at, okay, yeah, thank you. So move on. So in terms of introduction, the speakers before me, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Planning and Minister of Finance, all of us will know what the issues, the current problems are in Nigeria. The economy is going through a whole lot of vulnerabilities, a lot of challenges. growth is tepid, it's very low. Yes, we are celebrating 3.19. It's nothing to be celebrated about, really. We have low total factor productivity, weak currency, rising prices, huge debt burdens, and the rest of them. And basically, there are a lot of reasons for that, including the fact that, you know, we have an economy that is hugely dependent on oil. Just like Nancy said, when the oil sector is doing well, the economy thrives, and then vice versa. You know, we have the unbearable debt service revenue ratio, structural weaknesses, and so on and so forth. And so, at the time this government came in, actually, I thought, and a lot of us as economists know that there was little they could have done but to actually embark on some major reforms, okay? So, you know, those reforms are there. We all know the flagship reforms. And some of them, we started seeing some of the outcomes of those reforms. But one of the things we saw is that when you look at the results we are seeing now, and you look at what happened in SAP, there's a lot of similarities that we find in terms of the outcomes that we are having now. Okay, so the question is, and then we know what happened during SAP. Okay, SAP, there were some gains. Okay, in terms of reversing the economic growth rate from negative to positive, boosting government revenue, boosting government expenditure. But there were also a whole lot of negative that SAP left us with. Inflation rate, high rate of depreciation of the currency, and more importantly, the collapse of the industrial sector, the manufacturing sector, the middle class, and a whole lot of other challenges. Now, we look at an economy that also went through social adjustment program, Indonesia. And we say, are there things we could learn as a country from Indonesia? Okay? So, Indonesia is a very good comparator country. Why? Because it's also a large economy like ours. It has, similar political history, demographic, sociocultural diversity, and natural resource endowment. So, we look at what made Indonesia to succeed, and why is it that we have some challenges? So the analysis we're going to do focus on 4 key areas, 4 selected economic threats: macroeconomic stability, fiscal sustainability, food security, and energy security. So in terms of current reforms, again, we don't have to flotation, subsidy removers, and what we have seen, again, is that both of these have led to some gains, foreign exchange depreciation, which boosted government revenue. Government revenue is at all-time high, as we all know. But again, there's the other side of the balance sheet. As revenue grew, your expenditure also grew because of inflation and the rest of them. So high external debt servicing, energy and capital projects, and exposures of the economy to some of those challenges. So, in areas of macroeconomic stability, again, sorry, we have So the economy has grown. We saw that, well, like we said, it's a very tepid growth, 2.9, 3.90. I mean, in early 2000s, we were talking about 7%, 8% annual growth. So we can't be celebrating 3.9% at this time. Okay, inflation rate is at the high, at all-time high, 28 months, 28 years. It's one of the highest in the whole world where we are. Exchange rate depreciation, again, last year our currency was the worst performing currency in the whole world. So we had all of those challenges that we had, okay? And in terms of fiscal sustainability, yes, if you look at the data, okay, just move on to the next slide. Again, look at what's happening to revenue. Yes, revenue is growing, but look at expenditure. Expenditure is also growing very significantly. So in this environment, it becomes very difficult to actually tame inflation, because whatever you are doing on the monetary side, the fiscal side is just counterbalancing it. Okay, so the first half of this year estimate is that you're going to have about 10.2 trillion government expenditure against 1.4 trillion, at 10.2 as per GDP, 10.2, expenditure GDP ratio, 1.4 revenue GDP ratio, which gives significant huge fiscal deficit that we're expecting. And at the same time, public debt is rising. Public debt stock is rising. It has soared to 42.3% of GDP. I mean, we know where we're coming from. So we have all of these challenges that are going on. Then we also have issue around energy, food security. Food prices have gone very high, and recently, the protests that went on because it was going difficult. In terms of food security, again, Nigeria is said to be a serious food security index. We are judged to be, to be having some challenges on that. Energy, again, we have all of these other issues, okay, that we have. So, like I said, if you look at the data, and we have it here, we don't want to go through that, it's like we're just repeating stuff all over again, okay? So, the question we're looking at, which, we'll try to address is, what are the lessons we could learn from, from Indonesia that did this, and Indonesia has been able to transform our economy compared to us that, are having this very difficult, negative, significant, negative experiences as it were. Okay, so I don't want to go through all of that. So, what made Indonesia to succeed? Okay, now, the productive structure of an economy is an important input into reform process and outcomes. Your production structure is very important. It's a necessary condition as to whether you're going to succeed with reform or not. In Indonesia, the manufacturing sector is the largest economic sector. It was able to provide a platform and a cushion for the reform. The top 5 sectors of the Indonesian economy are manufacturing, trade, agriculture, mining, quarry, and construction. In Nigeria, the top 5 sectors are agriculture, ICT, trade, manufacturing, finance, and insurance in that order. They have an improved products and environment, that's that are conducive, for manufacturing to thrive. Okay, and they also have effective implementation and monitoring team. That is very important. Effective implementation and monitoring team manned by seasoned economists and professionals. Then their privatization was, there was transparency, and there was provision for social safety nets. Again, you can't do reforms. When you do reforms like you are doing surgery, you can't do surgery on a patient without anesthesia. If you don't have safety reforms, then it becomes extremely difficult, to carry out reforms. You just inflicting pains without any, providing any succor for, Unfortunately, again, if you look at currency depreciation, Indonesia had the same experience. Their currency depreciated by almost 99.9%. But again, they were able to manage that well. Now, in terms of fiscal sustainability, the initial key economic conditions are very important. One, Indonesia has a more diversified non-oil economy and high growth path. Okay, before SAP was introduced. Okay, it has a lot of cushion, as I mentioned earlier on. In terms of approach to implementation, okay, SAP implementation was relatively gradual and practical, as the government selectively adopted SAP recommendations to fit the existing economic and political context. It's not something you just rush. Okay, you don't just, they went through it. Currency devaluation and trade liberalization were done gradually to minimize economic shocks. And that's one of the lessons we need to learn. And now, that we are back in subsidy regime, hopefully when we want to reform it again, it's going to be something that we've learned from this experience that maybe it's something you have to do a little bit gradually. Institutional capacity is also very important. Indonesia had a relatively stronger institution and governance structure. And I will mention that again because in my mind that is really very important. Okay, in terms of food security, again, they were also very selective. You can't leave your economy entirely to the market. Okay, there are other things you also needed to do. There are also interventions that are needed to do, especially in the area of agriculture, food security. And what they did was very significant. They focused on rice. They focused on rice, and they were able to, to have very significant impact on rice production. What did they do in rice? They lifted tax on rice producers. Okay. Then they aligned, their objectives or their programs with a development plan. Whatever they were doing with it was the context of a development plan. Okay. And again, the overall public expenditure restraint was coordinated. Okay, so in other words, your public expenditure was managed. You are not, just spending without restraint. Okay, investment priorities were also made in, social sectors. The focus was on social sectors and agriculture. Okay, and a major aspect of the salary reform in Indonesia was the increase in social expenditures. Again, social expenditures because again you have to balance some of the other negative impacts of, you know. In terms of energy security, again, the liberalization of the energy sector, like we said, you know, it was done in a very phased, you know, gradual and very managed way, and they were able to attract a lot of foreign investment in the oil and gas sector, contributing to domestic energy security and economic resilience. Okay, and the social impact was also well managed because there was targeted social safety nets that mitigated the impact, the immediate adverse effects of the poor. Okay, so despite the initial, you know, again resistance, people, they were able to adjust because the social securities and other palliatives were there to support them. So subsidy was removed in a very phased manner, that you know, and you know, and then the domestic refining capacity also was there. Okay, so and critical infrastructure to provide transportation and logistics support were also enabled to ensure that, you know, all of these interventions support, you know, the policy of, you know. So this is the last slide, and so what do we need? What do we learn in these 4 key areas? One, macroeconomic stability is very important, and we must institute, ladies and gentlemen, an economic governance structure. In my view, that is lacking in this country. You see, in the US, there's what they call the Presidential Economic Council. The Economic Council of the US, which provides advice, economic advice to the president, is chaired by an economist. Not just an economist, a professor of repute. Not just a professor of repute, a professor from a renowned university chairs that. And it has been established by an act of parliament, act of Congress, 1964 Act. So you have professors coming from Harvard, from Stanford, to provide those kind of leadership support for the president. But here, what do we have? Nothing. So a presidential economic council is very important. We want to have economic, you know, we call it economic, what do we call it here? It's not even consistent. You know, sometimes it's there, another time, it depends on what the president is. 2, also talking about that, is that it's important to declare some ministries as economic ministries, in my view. Budget and planning, finance, investment, trade must be put by qualified economists and allied professionals. So I'm running off, you know, I really have to pursue it. You know, because again, these are ministries that are in charge of economic policies. You know, I mean, it's like you have Minister of Justice, or you know, the Minister of what's it called, Health, you know, Minister of Health. You need experts. This economy, we have people who are trained, and those people who are trained should be allowed to manage to manage that. I'm very sorry, sir, the ministers who are here, but that's our view. It's also important to have macroeconomic models to analyze impact of policies and assess alternative scenarios. Before policies are put in place, you must be able to calibrate them. The economy is complex. You have sectors that are interdisciplinary, that are interdependent. Once you take a policy that has impact on other sectors of the economy, you must be able to have a way. You can't do that by intuition. There must be models that back you up to know what are the direct effects, what are the direct effects, who are the losers, who are the gainers, how do you compensate the loser, those are the things you need before policies are made. And that is, my view, is very important. In the US, when you do budget, people put those budgets into models, and they tell you the impact of those budgets. How much job is going to create, what will be the impact on inflation, what will be the impact on deficit. You know, we need to be able to do that. Our budget, who is doing the analysis? That is what the economic office or the president should be doing, so that it's properly guided. That these decisions, what are the macroeconomic impact of that? We don't have that here. I think we see that is very important. On food security, we think that we need to modernize agriculture like Indonesia and India did, provide access to technology inputs and irrigation. We need to prioritize agro-allied industry so that there's some these leakages across those various value chains. Improve security in farming communities. Invest in modern storage facilities. Again, the post-harvest loss is extremely very high in Nigeria. Then that we should leverage intergovernmental collaboration. The federal, the state, and local governments need to work together in order to ensure that we have, harmonized, integrated policy. On fiscal sustainability, there must be fiscal council that regulates, and we must also obey our rules. There's a Fiscal Responsibility Act that says this is the maximum amount of debt you can incur, deficit you can. But again, this, most of the time, we obey them in abeyance. We must urgently introduce the adoption of e-procurement system. We must full operationalization of the central portal for accessing government services and M&E. Adoption of prudent fiscal management. At some point, we are running about 4 budgets at the same time. Who does that? That has implications. Finally, on energy security, both reforms are best implemented in a phased model with proper communication. One of the areas that I thought we were very, very deficient with last time was that there was lack of communication. When you are doing reforms, you must be able to communicate your reform to the people. They must know what you are doing, why you are doing there, and there must be information that you continually give out so that you can lead. It's like you are leading somebody through a process. You must give those informations. Unfortunately, we introduced reform, everybody went to sleep, nobody was telling us anything, nobody was coming. We don't know. That is not the way to reform. Should be so that there are public and continuous communication. The last thing is that social investment is very important. Again, like I said, you can't do, when you want to do reforms, it's like you are doing surgery. It's going to be painful. Everybody knows. Any reform will be painful. But then you must have a way of taking care of those who are very vulnerable, those who are likely to fall down this, into the depth, into the deep. That we did not do. The government wanted to do it, but again the elites shouted. When the government said they were going to do 8,000 naira per month, it wasn't, that money was not meant for the elites. At that time, the minimum wage was 30,000 naira. 8 over 30 was a significant increase. And for some people at that time, 1,000 naira. Where I come from in UI, those people who are sweeping, you give them 1,000, they will lie the deposit on the floor for you. That money would have made a lot of difference. But they gave the elites as usual because they thought it was them. They shouted, we went on the air or the television, and because the government again was not resolute, wasn't sure of what they were doing, they went back on that. And nothing was there to fill in the gap. And therefore people were left, to their own future. I think we need to learn from that. And hopefully that, but thank you very much.
Please, another thunderous round of applause for the President. Yes, a standing ovation will do just that. Thank you very much, President. The President has given us a lot of food for thought to chew. Sometimes it's not as if we don't know these things. But it's good that we also reiterate it, especially when government officials are in the room. And I know that the Permanent Secretary, Budget and Economic Planning was listening. Dr. Emeka, I hope you were listening to Prof. Because if we're here for the next 3 days, from today till the next 3 days, that's till 5th, and we get nothing out of this, that means that this Congress, as it were, has not been fruitful. Prof just laid it clearly. You talked about Indonesia and rice. Yesterday evening, I was still in the office, about 7 p.m. I was watching CNBC Asia, and I saw a program. There's this lady that does Managing Asia, is a program on CNBC, and she was interviewing a man from Malaysia, the family that has the largest palm plantation. Good. They are into palm oil. I know what was going on in my mind. That is even a second generation. I was watching the interview and I said, I wouldn't be surprised if this man, the dad, they got the palm produce from Nigeria. About how many years ago? I was battling with this yesterday. And the man is a billionaire. in Malaysia. That was just yesterday evening. I was saying, oh, where has my country gone to? So, Prof, you giving us that analogy, Indonesia rice, we can also be rice sufficient. You know, it's not just about for us also to get so, you know, to get so excited about some of these things. We need to take concrete and actionable steps to make the country better than what it is now. Prof, I hope that you are able also to share your presentation with us. I don't know if you'll be able to share this presentation with us. We'll be happy with that. Another thing I've also learned, and of course my experience over the years, over 2 decades now, speaking to a lot of people, anchoring this kind of events, moderating sessions, I've also come to the conclusion, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a professor, but the little amount of experience I've also gathered is that for Nigeria to work, it will also take the consensus of the elites for Nigeria to work. You know, so, and majority of us are in the room. So it's for us to make this country work. So I think I rest my case on that for now. I would like to recognize Professor Okechukwu Onuchukwu, one-time NES Vice President and the current Vice Chancellor, Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Rivers State. Thank you very much, sir. We acknowledge your presence. And Dr. Islanuddin Muhammad, the Chief Economist of Bank of Industry, former acting MD of Unity Bank. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. So we have a room filled with experts. So thank you again, Prof, for your presentation. So as we continue this conference, it gives me absolute pleasure to introduce our next speaker. We are honored to have the Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. People say, where is he now? I know he's not here. But he's represented today by the Special Advisor to the President on Economic Affairs in the Office of the Vice President, Dr. Tokpe Fashua. Dr. Tokpe Fashua, just before he comes on stage, Dr. Tokpe Fashua is not only an esteemed economist, he's an accountant, but also a renowned columnist, a thought leader, and an author of several books, including one of my personal favorites, Things to Do Before Your Career Disappears. And he published that in 2013, a book that has remained relevant even as AI and technology have evolved. You would imagine for him to write a book as 2013 with that topic. Most importantly, I have the privilege of calling Dr. Fashua my friend. His depth of knowledge and dedication to economic development makes him the ideal person to deliver the Vice President's speech. So please, a round of applause for Dr. Fashua.
Thank you very much. I said enough already. That's the part I dread the most, that introductory part. Well, I'm here to deliver this speech, so I'm just going to stick to it exactly. I hope I don't deviate somewhere in the middle. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to stand on existing protocol, but I must recognize the President of the Nigerian Economic Society, Professor Adenikinju. I recognize former President, Madam, also former Minister, Dr. Shamsuddin, representatives of the Ministers of Finance, Coordinating Minister of the Economy, as well as Minister for Budgets and Economic Planning, ladies and gentlemen here present. So this is a speech on the 65th Annual Conference of the Nigerian Economic Society. Before I go into the speech, I want to say yes, if a headline will be written about this meeting today in any of the newspapers tomorrow, they will say, they will lead with the headline, "Economists are angry." And I think it's good that a small boy like me was sent here to take the body blows. I was imagining as Professor Adenikeji was speaking, if the big men were here themselves, they would be shifting in their seats. But of course, points made and points taken. I took down notes copiously, and we also hope that report will be sent to the relevant bodies and the people that need to see it. So, due to the high-powered meetings going on in China presently, at which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was welcomed with pomp and pageantry just yesterday, I have been co-opted as Special Advisor to Mr. President on Economic Affairs in the Office of the Vice President to deliver this opening speech at the 65th Annual Conference of the Nigerian Economic Society, albeit at very short notice. Let me assure the Society of President Tinubu's great respect for the NES, its leadership and membership, and I believe it would have been here present if not for the exigencies of the trip. Equally, my boss, the Vice President, who is out handling the ship of state at present. The Nigerian Economic Society was formed in 1957 in pre-independence times and has been said the first professional society. At its first constitution signed off in January 1958, this shows that even as far back as that time, the study and understanding of economics was already appreciated in our realm, in our milieu. And the centrality of economics was already well acknowledged. Am I at all? Okay. The society has grown in leaps and bounds since then, garnering membership across Nigeria and all over the world, and making its profound impact in the policy decisions that shape our nation. And that is to be expected. The economist is by training a polyglot, a philosopher and a poet. And so when Nancy was asking if we read, and I happen to be one, hopefully an economist, we read novels, we read everything, you know. And it's to be expected. The economist is by training a polyglot, a philosopher, and a poet. In the Economic Journal 34 of 1924, on pages 321 and 322, Lord Maynard Keynes, a reference point in his time until date, wrote the obituary of his tutor and mentor, Alfred Marshall, who died in that year, 1924. And this is how he described what economics is as a body of knowledge and who an economist is or should be. He said, that's Maynard Keynes in 1924, the study of economics does not seem to require any specialized gifts of an unusually high order. Is it not, intellectually regarded, a very easy subject compared with the higher branches of philosophy or pure science? An easy subject at which just a few people excel. The paradox of this finds itself, or finds explanation perhaps, in that the master economist must possess a rare combination of gifts. He must be a mathematician, a historian, a statesman, a philosopher in some degree. He must, or he or she, just to be politically correct in today's time, must understand symbols and speak in words. He must contemplate the particular in terms of the general and touch the abstract and concrete in the same flight of thought. He must study the present in the light of the past for the purposes of the future. No part of man's nature or his institution must lie entirely outside his regard. He must be purposeful and disinterested in a simultaneous mood, as aloof as and incorruptible as an artist, yet sometimes as near to earth as a politician. That's an economist. So you see, it's a major burden. Yes, round of applause to Maynard Keynes. So a lot therefore rests on you, perhaps I should say us, as economists, to chaperone, to guide, to explain, to analyze, to predict, to caution, to correct, to encourage, to discourage, to be eternally vigilant. Perhaps I could add to Keynes' description of who an economist is as above, that an economist is someone who never stops asking questions. The science, some say, is a pseudoscience, and as Thomas Malthus in his typical and incurable pessimism called it, a dismal science. For economics is not about absolutes, but of relativity, because human phenomena cannot be put in a box and analyzed with the precision that is required of pure science. It is far too dynamic. I commend the theme of your conference today, Socioeconomic Development in Nigeria, Imperatives, Implications, and Impacts. It is quite apposite for the times. The entire concern of politics, which bears a similar definition as economics, is about socioeconomic development and how to achieve same with scarce resource. This is why Harold Laswell described politics as the art of who gets what, when, and how. Perhaps we could even add, and why. That is the essence of politics. David Easton also described politics as the authoritative allocation of values. But mind you, economics itself is concerned with scarce resources and the process by which they are allocated. So you see the similarity between politics and economics. I will, however, call our attention to the fact that all of us suffer unwittingly from what psychologists call cognitive dissonances. All of us believe some things to be true which are not, and vice versa. I call our attention to the fact that Nigeria is actually growing, and rapidly too. The informal sector is large and often takes on a life of its own. Many of our cities have transformed in the past 1 or 2 decades. People are taking their own initiatives. Nigeria has a large nano, micro, small, and medium economy sector. 39 million companies are registered by the SMEDAN. Out of a global figure of 132 million, it could be said that 12% of all the MSMEs in this world are in Nigeria, whether depending on what you believe. The average Nigeria never says never. We could do much better, and we shall, under the able leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But let us positively acknowledge that we are making real progress as a people. And since the beginning of this administration, I can tell you that a lot has been achieved. The reforms are going to deliver the goods for Nigeria. Of course, as Professor Adenikinji said, reforms are usually painful. And of course, a lot could be done to dull that pain where it matters. Already the economy is getting back on track. GDP, gross domestic product, grew by 3.19% last month, just as inflation began to fall. In Q1 2024, Nigeria had a trade surplus of over $4 billion, a record-breaking figure. We have had 3 quarters of trade surpluses since the Bola Tinubu administration commenced. The government is reaching out with financing to thousands of companies. New ministries have been created to take cognizance of sectors that needed a boost, be it the blue economy, steel ministry, housing ministry, standing on its own, creativity and arts. In the area of electricity, the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, has announced its ability to carry 6,000 megawatt standard. This is a 100% improvement from just a few years ago, when they couldn't take more than 3,000 megawatts. We look forward to a bumper harvest this year in the agri sector because of the tenacity that we have shown in the area of agriculture and the awareness that have been created, including the urban agriculture initiative being promoted by First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu. We urge that Nigerians should not miss the forest for the trees. Nigeria is changing fast and positively. Nigerians are adding value. The focus on made in Nigerian goods and services has never been so effective, and the fortunes of those who are adding value in that realm are improving rapidly. The reforms of the current administration have led to a boost in exports. Just three weeks ago, Nigerian companies made their debut on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement portal by exporting to 5 African countries, viz. Cameroon, Algeria, Kenya, Egypt, and Uganda. And we did not just export shea butter and charcoal. We exported ceramics, leather bags, cosmetics, and wait for this, smart cards. Invariably, there's a company manufacturing smart card in Nigeria. If we are tenacious and remain focused, Nigeria may just be transiting to a secondary goods producer and exporter, adding value as we climb the ladder of economic complexity and grow our gross domestic products in gross terms and also per capita. Again, we ask that we not miss the forest for the trees. Opportunities abound in Nigeria. The economy is waking up. The reforms will work. New industries will spring up. Nigerians will buy Nigeria. Local industries will thrive. They have begun to thrive presently. Of course, challenges remain, and challenges abound. We need to grow the economy at a faster clip as promised, which is what Professor Adenikinju the president of Nes also iterated, 3.19% vis-a-vis 2.6% population growth rate is not particularly exciting, but perhaps we're on the road to somewhere. We have a target that we have set for the medium-term era, that is the 1 trillion economy. We need to manage volatility in food prices and tame inflation into the medium and long term. We need more work on income inequality rather. Poverty levels need to be worked upon and productivity enhanced. For these challenges, we need more of the advice of our eminent economists, more in-depth research, more guidance, more analysis. We need our economics on side, for they are invaluable in the progress of nations. And so as we deliberate on core economic issues in the next 3 days, and as Nigeria's best economists brainstorm about the ways forward, I will urge that we first of all reduce any negativity that we may harbor about the economy, as no nation grows with an overload of pessimism. Sometimes it also pays to count our blessings and realize that we have achieved something tangible. They say the largest room in the world is a room for improvement. That is the awareness in government. That is the awareness in government as we trudge ahead with the profound changes that President Bola Tinubu has committed to as we create a new Nigeria. Well, I think the conference has already been declared open, so there's no need for me to do that. So, God bless Nigerian Economic Society. God bless Nigeria.
Please, another round of applause for Dr. Tokpe Fashua. One thing I can take away from what he said is that the president is of the view that we can achieve a $1 trillion economy in the medium term. I would wait to see how that will happen. And God will keep us all alive. You know, so, but I'm very optimistic. Let's see how that would happen. So thank you very much, Dr. Tokpe Fashua, for delivering the Vice President's address. Your insight and perspectives, as always, are greatly appreciated and will definitely enrich our discussions, especially over the coming days and during the plenary sessions. Just before we move ahead, please let me acknowledge in our midst a distinguished senator, distinguished Senator Dr. Yunus Akitsude. Is the Chairman, Senate Committee on Environment. Is one of our special guests. Please, a round of applause. All right, we are gradually coasting to the end of the opening ceremony, but I would like to remind everyone that we will have a group photograph of all the distinguished personalities immediately after the vote of thanks. And this will be a wonderful opportunity definitely for us to capture the moment and commemorate the start of what promises to be highly impactful conference. Following the group photograph, there will be a 15 minutes tea break. 15 minutes tea break, please, allowing all of us to network, refresh, as well as enjoy some light refreshments before we proceed with the plenary session. So immediately after the vote of thanks, group photograph, tea break, which is 15 minutes. After the 15 minutes, we all gather here in the room. Please don't go anywhere, because we will definitely be having exciting plenary sessions. So at this point, it is my great honor to invite on stage Dr. Baba Yusuf Musa, who is the Director General of the West African Institute for Financial and Economic Management, WIFEM, to deliver the vote of thanks. Of course, Dr. Yusuf Musa is another economist. He has MBA, BSc, PhD in economics, and is currently the DG of WIFEM. Please, another round of applause.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by the Vice President, who is also represented by the Special Advisor on Economic Affairs, Dr. Tokpe Fashua, representative of the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, representative of the Minister of Budget and National Planning, representative of the Minister of Special Duties, former Minister of Finance and presently the Chairman, Minister of Finance Incorporated, Dr. Shamsuddin Usman, representative of the Managing Director of the NDIC, the Chief Economist and Vice President Economic Affairs and Knowledge Management of the African Development Bank, representatives of the members of the Diplomatic Corps, our distinguished College of Fellows, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and valued members of the Nigerian Economic Society. On behalf of the Nigerian Economic Society, it is both a honor and privilege to express our heartfelt gratitude for your presence at the opening of our 65th National Annual Conference. This milestone event marks another year of convening the brightest minds and dedicated practitioners in the field of economics. Your attendance here today is a testament to the shared commitment we all hold towards advancing the economic landscape of Nigeria. With immense pride, we welcome you all, our representatives and our guests who have come personally to grace this significant gathering. The Nigerian Economic Society is the largest and most comprehensive umbrella for economists in our country. It is a forum where academic scholars, practitioners, and policy makers converge to collaborate, discuss, and shape the future of our economy. Your presence here underscores the vital importance of these discussions and collective efforts required to drive the meaningful economic progress. We are deeply grateful for your support and engagement, which not only honors us, but also energizes the work we do, or we're doing. Your contributions play a critical or crucial role in shaping the policies and practices that will lead us towards a more prosperous and equitable future. Please permit me to express our profound gratitude to the representatives of the honorable ministers, the representative of the President, the Nigerian Economic Society President, members of the National Assembly, the Chairman and members of the College of Fellows of Nigerian Economic Society, and other representatives who are here for their commitment for this incredible conference which the Nigerian Economic Society is holding. As we embark on the proceedings of this conference, we look forward to the invaluable insights and thought-provoking discussions that will emerge. It is our hope that this gathering will not only foster new ideas, but also strengthen our shared resolve to address the economic challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Once again, we thank you for your presence and for your unwavering support. We are honored that you have been here with us to embark on another yet impactful dialogue and collaboration. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, DG. Please, another round of applause for him, of course, for that gracious vote of thanks. And let me also add to what the DG mentioned. We also want to sincerely thank our sponsors. I did a roll call earlier on. We're thanking you. Dalono, Nagode, Esheo for bringing this event, making us have this event today. So thank you very much. Please, another round of applause to our sponsors. So at this moment, I would like to invite all our distinguished personalities. I think, President, I guess we should start from those in front. Yes, okay, good. Okay, so please, can I have the photographers arrange? Okay. So let's have all our distinguished personalities, the representatives of the ministers. up here. Join us on stage for the group photograph. Okay. You should take this out. Okay. All right, thank you very much. We will be going for a 15-minute tea break. It's going to be very short. After that, we'll reconvene here. But meanwhile, for press interviews, we will need Dr. Tokpe Fashua. Okay, our press people will come to you and take you to the press room for the press interviews. Just 15 minutes tea break and we reconvene. Thank you. Press. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Please, the tea break, let the president of NES lead the tea break. We have some distinguished professors that are taking care of that. Dr. Emeka Osuji is leading that. The tea break, please, Dr. Fashua, Professor Adiola. The tea break is just outside and we'll reconvene in 15 minutes, please. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please, let's all settle down. Can we get the ushers to get those outside to come in and settle down so that we can start our plenary sessions? Please, let's settle down. Let's all sit down. Thank you very much. There's a slight adjustment to the program. We'll be having the first plenary session now. There's a slight adjustment, a little adjustment to the program. So we'll be having the first plenary session, which will be discussing fiscal policy, tax reforms, and revenue generation for shared prosperity. And who else to talk about it than someone that we know already? He is Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Chairman, Presidential Committee on Fiscal and Tax Reforms. Would also be having discussants on set that will join him. And let me quickly introduce our discussants. Professor Uche Uwaleke, President of ACMAN, Dr. Ayo Teriba, Professor Abiodun Folawewo, University of Ibadan, and our moderator will be Professor Mike Obadan. Please, for this first plenary session, because of time, it wouldn't be up to an hour. We would have to take about 50 minutes. President, isn't it? President, yes, we have to be very fast about it so that we can go to the next sessions. So please, can we all settle down as I call on the speaker and the discussants. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Chairman, Presidential Committee on Fiscal and Tax Reforms. Professor Mike Obadan is the moderator of this plenary session, a former member board of the MPC of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Professor Obadan, Prof, you also needed on the on the seat. Okay. Please, can we also get the discussants on stage? Because all of you are supposed to sit on stage while Mr. Oyedele presents his paper or his presentation. Yes. Professor Uche Waleke, please, a round of applause as he approaches the stage. A round of applause for Dr. Ayo Teriba. Okay. Professor Abiodun Folawewo, you from the University of Ibadan. Please, a round of applause. Are we all tired? We just refueled now. And Professor Mike Obada, of course, is the moderator of this session. Prof, this session is in your hands. We have less than an hour. I will be standing right there for time keeping.
So how many minutes have you given?
Yeah, he's just speaking for a few minutes then. Yes, he will do about 15 minutes. We have to leave this first session at around 1:50. That's okay, yes, 1:50. Let us, 1:50. I will just be standing by the corner.
Let me use this one. All right. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'll stand on the existing protocols. Thank you very much for inviting me for this session, and thanks also for your flexibility is on fiscal policy and revenue generation for shared prosperity. I have some slides that I sent to the organizers. I don't know whether they're able to project, but I'll go ahead in the meantime. So if you start from where we are, socioeconomic reality, which is in line with the theme of this conference, is that we have over 133 million Nigerians in multidimensional poverty. The reason why they are in multidimensional poverty is deprivation of basic education, health, living standard, things as basic as safe drinking water, sanitation, as well as insecurity and unemployment. We've seen the data around our slow economic growth. Inflation is high. We have unemployment, particularly decent employment is not available in sufficient numbers. And then we have government revenue is low. Nigeria's budget for 2024, even after the amendment to the Appropriation Act for the federal government, is 35 trillion. For all the 36 states combined, it is 16 trillion. When you add up, that gives you 54. Convert it to dollars, it is $32 billion. That is the size of the budget of Kenya, with 54 million people equally poor. It is less than 1/4 of the budget for South Africa, which is 130 billion. If we dedicate our entire budget, you know, I've not even talked about the revenue, because that small amount I'm telling you about is significantly deficit financed. If you dedicate that whole amount into transportation infrastructure, it will not be sufficient. So which means we have an issue with our revenue profile. Investment in our country is declining, whether it's domestic capital formation, whether it's foreign direct investment, even FPI that is not naturally stable is also not sufficient. And you cannot grow without investment. It's impossible. Investment drives growth. We've seen emigration because of the rate of the dollar, pounds to naira now. It has slowed down, but nothing to do with people not wanting to leave. They're just waiting for the opportunity. Not only are some people trying to leave, we also have businesses that are exiting the country. But I know that it's not all negative. So I have a slide, and I'm sure you're going to get the slides later, where I have what I call the work in progress, areas where we need to keep doing better, and the areas where we begin exchange rate recovery. I feel like we should not celebrate stability before recovery. I feel like it's putting the cart before. Our interest rate environment is too high for decent and real sector businesses. The reason why I'm so glad to be here today is because it's a unique opportunity to speak to the elite who have the knowledge. I'm not sure there's any other meeting in Nigeria today where you can have the number of professors and doctors in one room. So this is a privilege for me. But I'm going to challenge a lot of the assumptions we've held on to. And I'll also challenge us to take very unique steps that are practical in solving Nigeria's problem. Interest rates is high. Tension, and we can improve policy coordination and public communication. What are the things that are beginning to look in the right direction? One is balance of trade and current account surplus. We've seen Q1, Q2, significant balance of trade surplus. Inflation in developed markets is slowing, and they're beginning to cut rates. Europe, UK, US, we expect that the Fed will cut rates this month. What that does is we are more attractive for people to come in our direction just because of that. Budget deficits still high but declining. And there's more spending going to capital expenditure, and we have repayments of ways and means. The finance minister said we've paid down, I think, over 7 trillion already. So that's good. Dangote just had a short press briefing today saying that he's ready to deliver his first cargo of petrol to the Nigerian markets. We have the positive outlook from the three agencies, S&P, Moody's, and Fish. Two of them said the outlook is positive, one said it's stable. These are knowledgeable, objective third parties. They don't have anybody to please, so it has to be that there's something they see that is good. The capital market performance is not bad. We have a bit of, issues now, but overall has been doing well, and we've seen some improvements in our FX position. I'm not saying not only to address while here, but even after this conference. I told you the size of the budget, $32 billion. What's the size of the revenue? It's less than 20. I mean, federal government, 36 states, 774 local governments. It doesn't show that we are ready as a country to solve our problems. We're not the poorest. I said to myself, when we looked at the data, in Kenya, last year, Nigeria collected 1.53 trillion from personal income tax nationwide. 1.53 trillion naira. Guess how much Kenya collected? 5.8 trillion naira equivalent. How about South Africa? I hold the view that if you take the top 60 million people in Nigeria, their per capita income will be comparable to South Africa. Let's say it's not even comparable. Let's say it's half of it. Why are we not collecting 20 trillion from personal income tax? It's because we've placed the burden of paying taxes on our most vulnerable population. Then we're surprised that the money is not showing up. It won't show up because people cannot give what they don't have. If I tell you about import duties, what did we see? The value of imports into Nigeria in 2023 was $66 billion. We collected imports custom duties of 3.2 trillion naira. The value of imports into Kenya was $23 billion. Like 1/3, right? Kenya collected 3 times what we collected, about 9 trillion naira. These countries that are collecting more than us, you see, I've deliberately not mentioned UK, US, Germany, because you say I'm looking for trouble, right? Can't we compare ourselves with African countries? These countries that are collecting more than us in revenues also have higher threshold for exemption. Personal income tax, before you start paying personal income tax in Kenya, you'll be earning more than 280,000 naira per month. In South Africa, you'll be earning more than 660,000 naira per month. In Nigeria, once you earn more than 30,000 naira, you must pay tax. Yet, the tax collection is abysmally low and embarrassing. Again, because we are taxing the wrong people. We conducted some studies in one of my previous roles as the Nigeria Economic Summit Group on the tax perception and tax morale. And it shows that the Nigerian people do not want to pay their taxes. They rather evade it. Only 17% of Nigerian adults will pay their taxes. 83% will do anything else but pay. We asked them why. They said, we don't trust government. Number 2 reason, they said, what do we get for the taxes we pay? Number 3, they say, even when we want to pay, the processes for paying is complex and is corrupt. 2 in 3 adults were asked to pay a bribe in the process of wanting to pay their taxes. This is insanity. When we ask them, what can government do to change your attitude? Of course, government needs to be honest and transparent to build trust. But they said in terms of spending, government should prioritize spending on education. That was the first one. Number 2 is health. When we asked businesses, they said electricity and security. So the Nigerian people are saying government must prioritize spending in 4 areas. Those 4 areas, if you follow me, are consistent with the reason why they are in multidimensional poverty. Deprivation from health, education, living standard, and insecurity. It's very perfectly aligned. And these demands of the Nigerian people are also not very different from level 1 and 2 of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory. If you are still at physiological level and safety, you cannot be rational. That is why when it was time to do hunger protests, we were surprised at what we were seeing. What else were you expecting? Because we had a lot of people who are, we have not even had, who are hungry, angry, and therefore irrational. So the committee was set up to help us look at fiscal issues, which is a big component of how we manage the economy, particularly in the medium to long term. And we have 3 main objectives or mandates. The first one is fiscal governance. Look at our finances, our spending, priority of spending, quality of spending, policy coordination, respect for thresholds, fiscal thresholds. Number 2 was revenue transformation, looking at tax reforms. This is to lighten the burden on the vulnerable people, and then the rest of us should pay a little bit more, and then to hold government to account how they spend it. But we also have a focus on government assets, on government-owned enterprises, as well as natural resources beyond oil and gas. One is the one that excites me the most, and is the one that speaks about economic growth and competitiveness. What are those impediments and bottlenecks as to why we're not making progress? Why is NNPC not a global oil giant, where the amount of money they should be making from the rest of the world should be in billions and tens of billions of dollars? Why are we always struggling? Why is it that 4 in 5 businesses that start cannot last 5 years? What are we doing to ourselves? We spoke to, in a country where we need FX, an exporter said that more than 90% of what they're asking you to get, you don't need it anywhere in the world. But the person who wants to give you has insisted. So people got so frustrated they had to put their produce on vehicles and drive to Ghana to go and export from Ghana. So we've gotten into doing the work, and I have to always say that one of the things that keeps my hope alive is the quality of human resources we have and the love for their country that they have. My committee, at a point, we had more than 84 members, more than 40 secretariat members, and they were just volunteering to do the work. School policy for Nigeria that speaks to our principles around taxation, spending principle formulation, and the president said when we started, and I like that he made that point, macroeconomic models. You shouldn't just come out and just say policy because you discuss with 2 of your friends, or you read something in a textbook when you are writing your exams, and then you use that to make policy for us, and lives of millions of people are at stake. There has to be diligence. We have to be intentional. Tell us your assumptions. Present the models. Give us some timelines, and then we should come back and hold you to account. If you said to us it will go to left, and the assumptions are the things you should have anticipated and you have failed, then you are not capable of holding that position because you put the life of Nigerians at risk. One of the other key issues is multiple taxation, and I was on TV yesterday discussing some of these issues. We officially have over 60 different taxes and levies. And those over 60 different taxes and levies can't even generate the money we are looking for. Whereas we have a country in Africa that generates from one tax more than 3 times what we generate from all our taxes combined. and that country is not even up to 1/3 of our population. We have to do things differently. When I was reading the Constitution, because I had to do this as part of the work we're doing, and I said to myself, you know, local government collects more than 20 taxes. Even in this Abuja, they stopped me before and they were knocking my window. I was surprised. And my driver said, they feel like this car is an official car and I should pay tax. I said, so this is how we collect taxes in 2024? That's Stone Age, that's primitive. Some of them will put wood and put nails on it and throw it on the road. In 2024, it's even more painful that across Nigeria, all the local government for last year did not collect 50 billion naira. Of course, they collected more than 50 billion naira. The official amount reported is under 50 billion naira. I was looking at the Constitution and I said to myself, who says that government should collect a license for my TV and radio? They said it's in the Constitution. I said, no, that's not what the Constitution says. Even though I'm not a lawyer, the Constitution says that you have the power to regulate and control. The power to regulate and control is not equivalent to the power to tax. We're missing a lot of points, and we need to start tracing back our steps. So we've recommended all of these taxes to be reduced to 8 across all 3 levels of government, and we're very confident that if properly implemented, this will help us greatly. We've had reforms around withholding tax. We've recommended a number of executive orders. Some of it leaked to the public. Some of it haven't leaked. Some have been implemented. Some are being implemented. We have drafted brand new laws for all our major taxes. We said, why should we be amending them? Because we inherited some of these from our colonial masters. Just read the context and you know it's not fit for purpose anymore. We're not lazy people, so we say, you know what? Assuming we have a brand new country called Nigeria, what should our tax laws look like? So we've drafted those laws. We've recommended over 10 changes to the National Assembly to amend the Constitution, including budgetary reforms. We think the way we do budget today is not helpful. Our budget should not be praying and fasting for us to have good leaders, right? I'm not sure, it hasn't worked. Someone was saying to me that, you know, if prayer and fasting will solve a problem for a country, yes, sir. The best country in the world would be Afghanistan. The second best would be Nigeria. Those 2 countries are the most prayerful in the world. Yes, and it hasn't worked. So we need to maybe pray less and do more. I'll just jump towards the end of my presentation because of time. And I want to jump to the last part of my presentation, which is critical economic questions. That's what I've called it. And I've called it critical economic questions because if we solve these questions, Nigeria will be significantly better. And guess what? This can happen within 3 months. The first one was exchange rates management. I have concerns about those assumptions. When Naira was floated on June 14, 2023, the market determined rate for Naira to USD was 750. If you disagree, you can just tell me. That's 750. I have friends that are in the oil sector, marketers, who import diesel. These guys are the guys who need a lot of dollars. I think that's the sector that need the most dollars. And they said to me that if they are lucky, they get about 10 to 20% from official market. 80 to 90% of their daily demand, they were buying from parallel markets, millions of dollars, and it was 750. Then Naira was floated between June 14th, 2020 low of foreign exchange. Just think about it. Why is Naira at 1.6? If Naira was at 750, and your situations, though not Uhuru yet, but has improved, shouldn't your rates also improve? We've had 2 quarters of significant trade surplus, even balance of payments. We've had significant improvements in average daily production of crude oil, almost 300,000 barrels per day. We've had improvement in diaspora remittances, even though we're not there yet. Let's say $20 billion diaspora remittances. At best, we can see $4 billion in the official market. The question is, do we really have a supply problem when it comes to FX? Or do we have an illicit demand, speculative demand, and flight to safety problem? Especially in a country where there was a year, Nigeria was the top importer of dollar banknotes. We bring loads of dollar banknotes to Nigeria. Don't be surprised when you go to Ikoyi and in a flat you find $9 million. That is the pressure on the Naira. So I hold the view that we should ask this question: is Nigeria truly import dependent? Given that our import to GDP ratio is less than 20% and we export more than we import. Another question: the inflation we are dealing with now, is it caused by excess money supply? Or is it demand pressure induced? Is it those two? Or is it something else? If will determine your prescriptions, isn't it? If you hike interest rates, you expect it will change behaviors. And those behaviors include, so don't refer to TBs, right? That's not savings rate. That's investment rate. How many of your people have consumer credit? Less than 2%. How about auto loan? We don't even know whether it exists. How about mortgage? Less than 5%. What are your people consuming? Is it discretionary? No, 52% of what they spend their money on is food. When you add housing, because they need to put their head somewhere, how do you want someone more move? At least we removed subsidy at the time. We floated Naira. That cumulative impact was more than 10 trillion Naira. That's a transfer from households who are predominant and say, by the way, there's excess money supply. How can it be excess? The excess liquidity we have, without going into too much details, is concentrated in the hands of 2% of the population. They're not the ones buying beans and yam. That 2% of the population, they're looking for returns. They're not looking for something critically. What is the cost? Hopefully, there are not too many people in the room who think that the moderation we had last month is due to the interest rate hike. The other question I have is, should we be celebrating stability of the exchange rate, even though it's around 1.6, or should we focus on recovery first? Or should we just produce something that the rest of the world needs? Indonesia focus on what? Rice. There's a substitution effect. If Nigeria is producing sufficient yam, cassava to make gari, and a bit of rice today, you know there will be no food inflation, because whoever wants to eat something else and it's too expensive, they will go and eat, whether they will complain. If you look at our strategy as a country, we want to produce everything from aircraft to advantage and do it well. That question, you release close to $1.5 billion of liquidity into the market every single month. It can take a lot of pressure away. Why are we not getting the entire inflow? These are policy issues and decisions we need to make. What's the correlation between when we say we need, you say negative real returns? Yeah, you know, economists say it a lot. They say, oh, inflation is at 34, interest rates at 28, 29, so it's negative, right? So let's keep adjusting the interest rate upwards so it can be positive. And I say to myself, positive for who? For the guys who have fixed income investments, they have money, they're not ready to do any work. I'm not blaming them, right? They already have the money. They want to put their money and go and relax. We prioritize those people to the detriment of those who are doing the heavy lifting. Every single time, real returns, you increase the negative returns for the real sector. That's what it means. And you're going to see, if you have so much unemployment and lack of decent job and poverty, who are you prioritizing? Before we start hiking interest rates, even TBs was single digit. Guess what? every single time it was oversubscribed. So what is the motivation for you to jack it up? Suddenly manufacturers cannot, they're closing down plants. Prayers and fasting will not solve that problem. It requires practical solution that is pragmatic. And the last one I want to say, because my time is up already, is should we continue to focus on GDP? Or should we play that down and start focusing on the SDGs? Is there hunger in the land? Do we have decent job? How about housing? He said, you are not entitled to your opinion. You are entitled to your informed opinion. No one is entitled to being ignorant. When people in this room speak, Nigeria listens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oyedele, for the very insightful presentation. I apologize that they also constrained us to at most 1 hour, 3 minutes. So our colleagues here have about 30 minutes, and luckily there are 3 of them. But what I will just say is that the presentation is insightful. You could see that he provided the context of the reform program which they are undertaking, the fiscal policy reforms, tax reforms they are undertaking with the numerous challenges. Tax revenue in Nigeria is nothing to write home about, even when you compare to the situation in sister African countries, not to mention, the developed countries that rely heavily on tax revenue. And he spoke of priority areas which government should actually focus on. And in light of the context which he had explained, that the tax reform, fiscal policy reform, aims to lighten the burden, the fiscal burden of government through generating more revenue. And of course, he didn't fail to mention the need for quality expenditure. Expenditure revenue gives rise to balance in fiscal activities or no balance, and so on. Now, he mentioned 3 broad areas, or 4 broad areas, 3 of which are related to taxation principles. Second one, the spending principles. The third one, borrowing principles, and another one. If we actually have good recommendations from his committee and government is sincere and faithful in implementing them, at the end of the day, there should be some light at the end of the tunnel in terms of more revenue and, high quality spending needs, which he also mentioned. He talked about issue of SDGs rather than focus on GDP. I agree with him. But the quality of spending must improve in Nigeria, and government should be aware of how to do that. Well, he also spoke about the exchange rate issue. I think one question which I would like our colleagues to address, the issue of exchange rate stability. He mentioned whether what we need now is exchange rate stability or the management of the exchange rate, which I presume, should still fluctuate. That's what he has in mind. On request our colleagues, beginning with Professor Teriba, to just speak briefly because you are discussing what he said. And so 10 minutes, 7 to 10 minutes. And then the same thing with Uche Waleke and Biodun Olawiwo and so on. So don't let me give you many papers.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. 7 to 10 minutes are more than adequate. Taiwo had a lot to talk about. So many issues. Let me welcome Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, and let me thank the Nigerian Economic Society for asking him to come and make this presentation. I am at the opposite end today because I get invited often by them at ICANN. There is one budget seminar that comes up at the beginning of each year, where Mr. Oyedele meets. You know, he takes on the tax issues, and I take on the macro outlook. We met there, you know, several times. I, you know, being the economist among accountants, so I'm happy to witness the day that he is now, you know, on the other side, you know, coming from the practice of taxation to speak among economists. And I hope that we can broaden that kind of cross-fertilization of ideas. When he said his committee had a membership of 84, I wondered how many of them are from Nes.
Yes, including Prof here. There are many, sir.
And if it's to put 16 more so that you come to 100, and then we can break down many of the issues that he spoke about, so that we can digest them, you know, one by one. The partnership should not be limited to his committee, but with ICANN itself, you know, and the similar bodies. I will respond to the questions that Taiwo raised. My favorite one is, should we have stability before recovery? He feels it should, but I want to urge him that the sequencing, the correct sequencing, is stability before recovery. High inflation, or large devaluation, or high interest rate as of real activity. You insinuated that much when you were talking about hiking of rates. So by all means, in the period of instability, instability will lead to misallocation of resources that will perpetuate economic stagnation. What projects you finance at 40% interest rate? The monetary policy rate as we speak now is 31.75%. If you look at the 500%, many see that the 500% plus in the corridor takes it to 31.7. If the banks have to pay that, how much will banks lend? Projects you finance at 40% bank lending rate are likely to be risky to come back. So if you take a patient to the hospital, for example, they will prioritize stabilizing the blood pressure before they can see clearly to know what to treat. And it should not be different. So it's the same in economics. If your car overheats, your engineers will say, let it cool first before they can see clearly to fix what is wrong. So the only thing that needs to come before liquidity, most instability are mere reflections of illiquidity. You know, your car overheats because maybe water level is low. Your patient presents so strange, symptoms, probably because blood is too low, and you need to make sure liquidity gets to. So I don't think that, be careful about how you interpret exports. Nigeria's export earnings do not belong to Nigeria 100%. Joint venture companies, many, companies operating, trade them. So doing simple arithmetic that our export is more than our import is not helpful. It's a question of what's our own fraction of the export. The same with remittances. If we get 20 billion in remittances, the one that comes to your auntie. So question is how much to issue one. We are trying to issue dollar, but the difference, the kind of dollar government struggled to pay 5 billion in forward forex. Now you want to borrow 500 billion. $1 billion, and you want to borrow additional dollar. So the only way you can get dollars to borrow now is if it's asset securitization. You are putting an asset, not promissory note. You have no capacity to redeem any promises you make. You can't issue IOUs. Let me take a final one. The comment I made about exports, painfully, months, talking about how much GDP has grown, and we rejoice 3.12%. The point is that gross domestic product export. If that's why GDP is growing, that GDP is not growing for us. That GDP is growing for them. So GDP in a world where production has been fragmented is unhelpful. We need, I don't know if SDG is the best. You mentioned, but you did not expatiate on health beyond oil, and I will add government infrastructure. Many countries are tax-free jurisdictions. 100% of their revenue are from government asset infrastructure at revenue reforms. You can't get more from taxes. Action of Kenyans to proposals to increase taxes. Right now, you can't, and tax, increment proposals won't fly. It's just going to create backlash. But the assets are there from government assets. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Teriba, very insightful comments, particularly relating that what is desired is exchange rate stability or recovery first. I think for me, he hit the nail on the head as desired. It's a necessary condition for achieving the recovery that we talk about. More and more policy instability in terms of exchange rate depreciation, interest rate hikes, then attendant inflation, all create problems for recovery. The economy can't recover at that level. When we get to a certain level of exchange rate, perhaps determined to a large level, extended by purchasing power parity considerations, the stability should be enforced at that level. That will lead to, better
Thank Mr. Oyedele for that wonderful presentation. I'm going to speak with to an aspect of your questions that you raised, and that is, it has to do with pet on what is our source of inflation and the rest. But before I come to that, give a very good background for the number of people that are multidimensionally poor and the rest. Now, the essence of, now I'm happy when you say that those people that are, I think it is time for government to actually rethink on what is the essence of fiscal, actually redistribute the income. And that we speak directly to your team. That means we should be able to look at what is the impact of our fiscal policy, tax policy on the 40% of the poorest of the population. Now, as we are raising revenue, has government expertise to address inflation? Then we are also looking at economics. We tell you that you raise taxes from productivity of the economy. Now, the manufacturing sector, the industrial sector, what is the productivity? So whatever tax policy we are, it is not the rate, it is not the rate of tax that matter, or the percent of people that are paying it that matters, but the economic activities from on tax is spending to ensure that there is provision of infrastructure to stimulate productivity to be addressed. And then I also want to say this. Our SMEs is our tax policy addressing the growth of the SMEs. So taxes or fiscal policy is not directed toward encouraging the growth of SMEs. What we call SMEs. So we should also be able to address that. And finally, because of my time, I have several things there. Large informal sector, and that is given, everybody knows that. But in the informal sector into the tax net, I know there are several things that these informal operators, we bring them to, we formalize their activities. One, let us streamline our registration process and the rest, so that automatically that will also lead to increasing revenue generation for the government. And I know there is this law, I'm sure you must have seen it, how we are leveraging on that, this voluntary asset income declaration be brought into the tax net, and the tax net will be widened, and of course that it is good to embark on tax reform, but your tax reform must not discourage productivity, because once you do that, you will not achieve your objective, the ultimate objective of raising of increasing income will not be achieved. And of course, we must look the way of what is happening to the 40% of the poorest of the population. Thank you.
Professor Uche Waleke, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I bring you greetings from the from Capital Market Academics of Nigeria. I have the privilege of presiding over that. Nigeria will become a subset or an integral part of the Nigerian Economic Society. Professor Adenikiju. And now I'm one of the members of Nes that is also a member of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Thanks to Taiwo, totally shortly, especially his views on recovery and stability, and the question he also posed on inflation. But before then, let me submit here that I support wholeheartedly. For me, that's critical, especially in the medium term. I think that government can get a lot of money through privatizing. At the moment, government is holding 100% shares in NNPC Limited, 50% by Murphy, 50% by a bit of private sector participation in them. A good example is Equinor. They're not the 80% or so. But as we speak today, government interest in Equinor is just 67%. You have Petrobras 51%, and of course Aramco government to the public. And that's why I think it's important we expedite the process of listing NNPC Limited on the exchange. That's where you get the public buy-in. That's where you also get private sector interest that will ensure that that company becomes more transparent. Disclosure matters are enhanced to diminish. Okay, so that's one. Imagine if we got like 40 trillion from unlocking government assets, because estimated is in excess of 50 trillion naira. Murphy will tell you that. Imagine if we got like 40 trillion from that. Okay, we can use a substantial part of that to liquidate to what has become a the last time it was 4.8 trillion, just to pay down ways and means. So if we got that kind of money, we can liquidate ways and structure, maybe via the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Investment Authority. Okay, that's what I think, from the system, and reduce the burden on the government, having to service those debts at 9%. For the next 40 years, I'm sure it will go a long way to, ease the pressure. Now, back to what is the data telling us? MBS, keeps releasing data every month. And what is the data saying? The pressure point is on food. If you look at the 12 divisions, 12 classifications of inflation in Nigeria, the first one is food and non-alcoholic beverages, accounting for over 17.5%. Then you have clothing, okay, 2.7. Then you have transport, around 2.2. Down to communications. Now, if you take out the first four of that gives you around 28% of the 33.4%. So what is the best way to do that? Is it not to focus and deal with them? So, and to do that, it is not just about this. I will need time to talk about that. I want to be, just go straight to the point. The point I'm making is that as far as inflation is concerned in Nigeria, because it will have cost push factors, there are supply side issues, central bank alone cannot do it. Even if you raise the MPR today, it is 26.75. Tereba has rightly said, you add the 500 basis, the corridor, you have 31. Even if you take it to 40-50% today, food inflation will not come down. That's the truth. So the fiscal side must come in, and I think the central bank dealing with inflation, okay, because that traditional tool has become blunt, has become stale. In the US, Jerome Powell is talking about reducing the Fed fund rate, okay, so currently 5.25 to 5.5. Inflation rate in the US 2.9%, even though it's still above their long-run target of 2%. He's saying he wants to reduce it in their next scheduled meeting by September. And why did he say that? Did you listen to his reason? He said because he has noticed that the labor market is cooling. If the labor market if unemployment is rising in the US, it should be of concern to the central bank. But back home we say it's not our business, let the fiscal side handle it. I don't think that's correct. Finally, 1 minute. The issue of stability and recovery. I think what he meant is this.
Yes, Lord Keynes did say that in the long run we are all dead. He said it's very true. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will not be fair to Mr. Oyedele, although he wants to leave for another engagement. We'll take 1 or 2 questions, at most 2 from this side and 1 from this side. The lights here are not allowing us to see up. So this side, Professor Mrs. Ayiwe. Okay, I can see the one at the extreme here. Just okay, you have one. Please, not more than 1.5 minutes.
No, it's a straightforward question, sir. Thank you very much for.
No, but he may have to answer.
Yeah, I want to thank Taiwo for an excellent presentation. But I want to also quickly just point out to him that one of the sources, or one of the major source of our leakage of our foreign exchange is the activities of the banks. If you look at the private sector debt, the data that we have, which is available at the World Bank right now, the private sector debt as at the end of 2023 is almost hitting to I think about $25 billion. which is not reported in the public debt figures of Nigeria. And that is just the private sector debt. If you look at the component of it, majority of it is the bonds that are issuing. And the bonds that they are issuing are mostly short-term bonds, which have to be signed, and that is not appearing in the books of government. So I think one of the major sources that we have in, taking out our forex is the activities of the bank, and I think that has to be monitored properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mrs. Anyiwe. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I want us to always address. You said in spite of all the problems we have in Nigeria, your hope is still alive, which is okay. But you now said, for many of us, our hopes are already dashed. Now, you mentioned this fact that the quality of human resource in Nigeria is quite high, and you are proud of that. But my problem is that you did not question about this human resource. Is it quality human resource that we have in Nigeria, or quantity? Because from what you said, if you refer to what you mentioned about tax collection, the tax collection we have, the official tax collection, is never equivalent to the actual tax collection. So what is happening? Don't you think that there's a problem with the human quality we have in Nigeria? We should question that. Is it quantity we have, or is it quality? This is the question I want you to add to all the numerous questions.
Quality in Nigeria. Last, do you have access to public address system there? Okay. Okay, speak loud, please. I sincerely apologize that due to time constraint, we are not able to take more questions. Mr. Yedele himself is supposed to have left here by 2 for another engagement. So please, just respond.
Around, of course, at my level, I cannot assume that that money belongs to government. It doesn't belong to the government. But every dollar that comes into Nigeria, you need naira to spend. That process of taking the dollar sent to you and getting naira should reflect in the official market. If it's not reflecting, we should work on it. That's my view. VADE that you mentioned, sir, so good point. We looked at VADE. It was done in 2017. So we actually worked on it last week, failure and the successes, and building on it. So very soon you will hear from us. Where you capture data properly. It doesn't matter whether it's banks paying FX or household, it should reflect. If you think about it, all our FX sources, nearly 100% is electronic. Translate our FX earning into physical dollars by importing dollar banknotes, and then it disappears. We should just stop importing dollar banknotes. My sister said, yes, it's good to keep hope alive, because I think the moment hope is gone, then there's no life anymore. There's no point living. So I think whatever it is, keep hope alive. Your point about human resources is valid. So we have both quality and quantity. And that's the case in every country. So in my and then it gives me that excitement because they're willing to do all of that for free, for the love of their country. It's not every country where you find things like that, where people are willing to give. There was a book I read, and somebody was sarcastic, but it was true. He said Africa, and by extension Nigeria, celebrate population. When you would agree with me with the data that I presented to you, that the middle class and more importantly the elites have not been paying their fair share. We want them to pay. There's middle. You know, when we speak about data, we need to be careful. So this is very popular when you say outside there is no middle class, but there's nothing like that. There's middle class in Nigeria. So people in this room, what class are you? You are not poor people. Yeah, so you are either all right, so our reform is to lighten your tax burden, not to increase it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. To do at this point is to thank Mr. Oyedele for his patience in staying with us, and I apologize that he didn't have enough time to really elaborate on the huge program that they have. Biodun Folawiwo and then Ayo Teriba also apologize that we constrained you, we rushed you, but it's the nature of the situation. So thank you very much to everybody for coming. I think Nancy has announcements. Thank you.
Another round of applause for this discussant. Just before you go, we'll take a group photograph. President, please, can you join them? Then we have a little token for you. Please, may I kindly invite Professor Olua Jakaye to do the presentation of the gifts, the little token photograph. President, please join. Will be doing the presentation now. Please, let's start with Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Just one section. Yes. Let's start with Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, please. Please, a round of applause. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Professor Mike. Professor Oche Waleke. Last but not the least, Professor Abiodun. Just before we go into the next session, I want to quickly acknowledge Professor Antonia Simbine, the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, an agency under budget and economic planning. Please, a round of applause for the DG. Thank you, ma'am, for your presence. All right, we'll move to the next set of the program a bit, but we'll be having the NES President's lecture now, as well as the NES female professionals will also be called on stage. Of course, Professor Messi, chairperson, of the female professionals will be called on stage, but the chairperson of this next session is our immediate past president, Professor Emu Jalingo, President NES 2021 to 2023. Please, a round of applause for them. And we'll have about less than an hour to do the next session. President, are we set? The NES President's lecture would be looking at university education and economic growth. Of course, the very important relationship between higher education and economic growth.
Hello.
Professor Mercy, please, you are to speak first for about 10 minutes. Then thereafter, Professor Adeni Kinju will take over. Please, can we give her a round of applause? She's the chairperson of the female professionals in the society.
Distinguished guests, our esteemed colleagues, everyone present here today, all your excellencies, I stand before you today to do one thing, to unveil a new chapter of the Nigerian Economic Society, which is known as Nigerian Economic Society Female Professionals. For short, we say NESFP. NESFP! I need to have you here. May I humbly invite our members to come forward and show what they have. Esteemed colleagues, there is a saying by, a quotation from Hillary Clinton, and she said, "Women are the largest untapped reservoir of talent in the world." And why is it so? We have to tap the talents of women. Esteemed colleagues and distinguished members of the Nigerian Economic Society, it is with great honor and profound sense of responsibility that I am here to unveil the Nigerian Economic Society Female Professionals, NESFP, the nation builders. The inauguration of this group was done on the 28th of August 2024 by our own president, the indefatigable, able Professor Abiola. We are grateful to him. As we embark on this new chapter, we are reminded of the powerful words of Kofi Annan, who said, "There is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women." Do you agree with that? Yes. And I do agree with it. Indeed, the establishment of NESFP reflects our collective commitment to harnessing the potential of female economics and allied professionals within our society. For decades, women have contributed significantly to the economic development of nations, although without being mentioned or celebrated. NESFP seeks to cheer our noble society, NES. Every female of NES is qualified to be a member of NESFP. Can I hear NESFP? Very good. But it should not be automatic. In other words, once you register a female, you register with NES, you are qualified to be a member of this NESFP, but it is not automatic until you show your interest. Test status and structure. NESFP is envisioned as an integral arm of Nigerian economic society, serving like a standard committee within the national body. It is designed to function as a unified body without fragmentation or subgroups or subgroupings. NES will operate within the Nigerian Economic Society's framework and constitution. We are not here to fight for female quality or equality. This is not the aim of NESFP. We are to work in conjunction with the body, Nigerian Economic Society. So, we are going to draw our strength from our collective history while forging new and diverse paths of our future. Objectives and vision. The primary objective of NESFP are to empower our female members through leadership development, mentorship, research. And this is our objective, equipping them to navigate and excel in the dynamic. You know, many women run away from economics because it is dynamic and there are a lot of things to it. But we want to help them. We want to bring professionalism within the members of Nigerian Economic Society that are females. Furthermore, our dedication to research and development will contribute even to the growth of Nigerian Economic Society and to be more gender sensitive and approach economic planning and policies with a sense of inclusiveness. Now, the vision of NESFP is one of the society empowered, actively engaged in shaping economic policies and practices in our nation. Our mission is to create vibrant, supportive community that fosters collaboration, support, and opportunities for women. And it is time that NESFP and offering research grants. Our initiatives will be both comprehensive and impactful. True, and I can tell you that we have even made about more than 20% to register with NES, even though they were not registered before. Of applause for us. Because that is what we are to be doing. We are to make people to really register. Females, yes, I can see you, sir. The females should register with NES body. Because before you can be part of this, you must be registered with NES. Wagari Matia, the first African woman to win the Nobel Prize, Nobel Peace. The higher you go, the more important it is to keep in touch with the grassroots. The politicians know this, and we should also know this, even in this our society. NESFP is not just about elevating women to positions of influence that our impact is felt, but it is a movement. NESFP. Yes, that is what it's supposed to be. I invite each and every one of us on this journey to lend your voice, your expertise, and your passion to this cause. So if you have a woman, sister, wife, make sure they register with what? NESFP. So, can I hear NESFP? NESFP. And I didn't hear it from the crowd though. I have a problem. If you don't mention it, I will not come down. I will remain here. So can I hear NESFP? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for Professor Mercy. NESFP. NESFP. Prof, I'm also part of you now, so NESFP. So let me hand over to Professor Adiola.
Yeah, please.
In the 67 years of NES, we've just had 2 women presidents. University of Ibadan, 67 years of, so that we must try to encourage our women. The young ladies, we must encourage them. So it's very important that we have this association. Okay. So this is the presidential address, and this afternoon I want to speak about a passion that I have, and that is university education and economic growth. Where does Nigeria stand in recent time? Okay. Hello. Okay. Yeah, let's hope this works. So like I said, this is a passion I have in recent time. And it's, I say university education and economic growth. Where does Nigeria stand? This is the outline. Because of time, I'll just quickly move on. In 1960, by the time, just before we get independence, or by the time we get, that Nigeria was going to serve as a beacon of possibilities of the African continent. Given the potentials we had at that time, Nigeria was ranked among the countries that were likely to develop very fast. In fact, if you look at Nigeria relative to some other countries, with China, Nigeria's GDP per capita was twice that of China. Was higher than that, was comparable with Malaysia, South Korea, Indonesia, higher than India, Brazil, and South Africa. And also, if you look at the data, the gap between Nigeria and even the developed country was not that very high. So the expectations was at that time that there was likely to be convergence. That at some point in time, Nigeria will grow to be very close, to the potential to other developed countries. But ladies and gentlemen, between 1960 and now, instead of closing the gap has widened. China has since become the world's second largest economy. China, our per capita income in 1960 was twice that of China. China is now the second largest economy in the world. South Korea has achieved developed nation status. Countries like Malaysia, Mexico, India, and India have all outpaced Nigeria. And the question is why? What is happening? Why is it that these countries that we are all together have left us behind? Now, economists have tried to explain this by various reasons, and there are various studies that will tell you why that has happened. But I want to focus just on one of them. My observation also is that if you look at these countries that have been able to move very fast, that they also boast of top-tier universities that rank among the best, the best globally. For instance, China has 7 universities in the top 100. And it depends on who you are even looking at. Because if you look at Nature's ranking, out of the 10 in the world, the 10 best universities, 9 were in China. You are looking at Nature's ranking. But this is, this is Times Higher Education ranking, 2023. Out of the top 100, China has 7, South Korea had 5, Malaysia has 1 in the top 100 and 4 in the top 200. Taiwan, India have a university in the global top 200. We are not there. Nigeria is not there. So this paper is positing, and my argument is this: that a nation cannot outperform the level of intellectualism at its institutions. In other words, my central thesis is that a nation's development is closely tied to the strength of the university system. So when you abandon your university, then you cannot grow. You cannot outgrow the capacity or the level of your university. That's the thesis that I'm trying to point out. So countries that invest in higher education reap the benefits. And the benefit comes in various ways. Again, there are 2-pronged ways that I'm looking at. One is that higher education directly influences economic growth, okay, through the human capital channel, okay. But the other channel I'm also looking at is that higher education affects the efficiency of economic growth through impacts on governance. When you have leaders that are well educated, they will appreciate education. They will be able to invest in research and development, and they will be able to also bring people who are educated to govern. Okay, so there are 2 channels: there's the direct channel, there's the indirect channels through efficiency. You will see what I'm talking about later on. Now, there are 4 ways through which universities can impact the society. 1, universities contribute to the production of human capital through education and training. 2, they drive technological advancements and the development of new products and processes through research and development. 3rd, they can also play a role in commercialization of new inventions, okay, either independently or in collaboration with the private sector. And lastly, they can enhance the quality of governance by fostering greater collaboration between academia and policymakers, okay? And you see a whole lot of that, in the US and other countries as we go on. So, that's theoretical perspective. I'm not going to spend too much time. There are 2 channels through which 2 theories, theoretical frameworks we can look at. The endogenous growth model, okay, which, looks at education, impact on higher education, university system, impact on education, on training and research and development, which would improve human capital development, and that would expand efficiency, productivity, and lead to growth. Now, the other challenge is that it would also improve on the quality of institutions and governance, which will impact on government policies and which will allow government to appreciate the role of higher institutions and therefore support research and development and put money there. In other words, if the government knows that this is important, that will function in the allocation of resources. If they don't see the university as very important, they don't appreciate, then they will not fund, they will not put resources into that place, and therefore you will not be able to get the benefits, this other level of benefit that we have. Now, the other theoretical framework is the concept of the triple helix plus, which talks about the university coming together, the university, the private sector, and the public sector working together in a way that is mutually beneficial and reinforcing. The government supports university. University is able to, fund research and development, which will lead to new production processes and new products, that will help companies to then make more money, and then they'll be able to pay more taxes to government, and then you have this, virtuous circle of benefits. Okay. Now, in terms of a empirical review, some people would think that, higher education, that is almost a foregone, almost foregone, a conclusion that higher education would impact growth positively. Now, studies are varied. Some studies have shown that higher education does not necessarily impact positively growth. In fact, some were saying that if you want to invest in education, you should invest at lower level where the social returns is higher than private returns. That at the higher levels, government doesn't have to bother much because the private return is higher than social returns, and therefore don't spend so much money in the university, spend more in at lower level. And that was the position of the World Bank, the IMF at some point, in the 80s, where they were saying that, look, leave the university low, let people fund it because the private returns, is higher than social returns. Okay, so and that led some government to actually abandon funded education at that time. Okay, so literature seems to be mixed with respect to how the channels and the impact of higher education on growth. So you can look at that data later on. So in terms of empirical analysis, like I said, I'm going to look at some group of countries, and I want to compare whether higher education has implications or has impact on their development over time. Okay, so if you look at the data, please move on. Like I said, if you just look at some of the data, you see that I said in 1916, Nigeria's per capita income was $223. Okay, double that of China and higher than India and Kenya. Okay, by 2023, remember, Nigeria's GDP per capita in 1960 was twice that of China. In 2023, Nigeria's GDP per capita was just 7% of China's per capita GDP. Now, that seems, a sharp contrast to what, to our country. Now, if you look at this chart here, like I said, if you look at 1960, these countries were, in terms of relativity, they were very close together. Yes, Nigeria was very low, but it wasn't too far apart. But by 2023, the blue lines, you will see that Nigeria has just barely grown, whereas these other countries have significantly left Nigeria behind. And not just the Western countries, but even South Korea, like I said, Saudi Arabia, and some other countries, Indonesia, Brazil, they pulled on quickly. Now, role of universities. Let's look at universities. Let's look at these countries and then the universities ranking in those countries. If you take the Times Higher Education ranking 2024, among the top 20, China and Singapore had 3 in the top 20. Top 100, developing countries have 19, and those 19 universities came from China and Taiwan, and then go on like that. Top 500 are 43 universities. Again, there are just about 2 African countries that are there: South Africa and Egypt. Nigeria is not there. Now, if you then also look at how we are doing relative to some of the countries in Africa, and that's where we should be worried. Okay, in terms of some courses, okay, some disciplines, in Egypt and South Africa seems to dominate in science, mathematics, and engineering. Okay, so these are some of the courses. I look at the universities that are dominant in that rank number 1 in Nigeria, in Africa, and then they are ranking globally. Chemical engineering, University of Johannesburg, 249 in the world, South Africa. Civil engineering, Masora University, 160 in the world, Egypt. Artificial intelligence, Egypt. Computer science, Egypt. Engineering, Egypt. Mathematics, Egypt. Nanoscience, Egypt. Economics and business, South Africa. We are not there. Okay? So, and then you also look at, another way of ranking. Okay? Now, so we look at these universities, these countries, and again, I'm sticking to 40 countries, and I deliberately select these 40 countries to represent developing Africa, all the mix of countries you can look at. Now, in each of these countries, we look at the university, the highest ranking of their best university. In the US, Harvard is number 1, and globally is number 1 in the world. UK, Oxford is the highest ranked university there, is number 4 in the world. Okay, and so on and so forth. In this ranking, again, this is US News, another ranking. In Nigeria, the University of Lagos was the highest, was the best rank, was 223. Okay. Now, in terms of public, again, country universities are ranked by the amount of, by the numbers of public scientific works that they have. Chinese University is, Chinese Academy of Science is number 1 with that number of publications, or scientific publication in 2024. So that is used 2023 data. Nigeria, University of Ibadan is number 1 in Nigeria, and it has 9 papers, okay, that were, Again, you see movements. Look at what China has done. Nature's ranking, 2016, they have 12 universities among the top 100. By 2024, they had 36. Like I said, the first out of the top 10, China's universities are 9. They occupy 9. And all the courses, except 2 that you have Harvard, they were also number 1 in the world. So you can see how, they invested in their university system. Yes, ranking of universities and per capita income in 2023. Okay? Now, again, you can see some correlation that is going on. Now, on the left-hand side is the global, okay, that's the per capita income, and the right-hand side is the global ranking of universities. Now, if you are number 1, which is very low, then you are the high, you are the best, and then it goes up like that. So you will see that countries like, let's take Singapore, okay? Singapore, again, university is well ranked, and look at the per capita income is very high. USA, per capita income is very high, the university is well ranked. And you see Nigeria there, where is our beloved country? Okay, our country is somewhere there, is there, and then you see that, okay, don't well ranked, then we're also there. So, and then I ran some regressions which I'm not reporting, but regressions showed, what I have shown here, that in 2023, the per capita income had exerted more impact on ranking than in 1960. And now what that tells me is that the effects of a nation's income on university rankings were stronger, which means that countries now are investing, the richer countries are even investing more, and that will lead to greater gaps between those that are developed and those that are not developed. Okay? So 2023 has exerted more impact on their rankings. And I also find out that ranking, okay, has impact on per capita income, okay? And the Chinese people, we can look at that later on. So I now look at the medians of GDP and the median of university ranking to create a quadrangle, 4 quadrangle, and then to divide these countries into 4 quadrangles. Now, Group A are the first quadrangle. That's where you have India, China, India, Nigeria, Ghana, and Egypt. Yes, these countries, their per capita income is low, their university ranking is low. Okay, so that is the lowest you can have. Now, you have on the second quadrangle, Group B, countries that their per capita income is low, but their university ranking is high. And you have Brazil and South Africa. Group 3, you have countries that have high ranking of per capita income and high university ranking, and that's where you have the US, China, Saudi Arabia, and the rest of them. And then the last Group 4, Group D, is countries where you have high per capita income but low quality of education, and then you have that's by university ranking, Mexico and Malaysia. Now I try to compare, the mean across these 4 divides, these different categories. So Group A, what are the things you find? One of the things you find there in Group A, that is the poor countries where Nigeria belongs. The number of students per staff is very high. Okay, international students in presence is very low. Okay. Percent of international research is also relatively very low. Group C, number of students per staff is really lower, 16. Okay, the mean. International student is very high, so they have a lot of international students. So when you have your country, when you have your university, you have your Nigerian people, that has implications because, again, on the kind of development that university can manage. And then what is the level, what is the quantum of international research that is going on? Now, in terms of, human capital development, one thing that I found very interesting also in this is that the percentage of your budget that you spend on education does not really impact on your growth, okay? It's more of the value, the quantity, is the amount. So Group C, they spend 11%. Group A, which is the lowest, pay 11%, whereas Group C is able to, have higher per capita income than Group C. But if you look at the volume, the amount of money they actually spend, 1,870 per capita compared to 69.5 for Group C. So the amount you spend is very important, not just the quantity. Then, okay, the ranking and other innovation doing business, Group C countries are doing better. Then what I call fruit of knowledge. Countries that invest in higher education, would they be able to specialize in skill-intensive products? Okay? Medium and high technology share of manufacture. You see that Group C countries, they also did very well compared to Group A countries. Because, again, they were able to get students that were able to. Now, one other interesting is that political leadership, does it matter? Again, we worried recently sometimes in the past. The age of your political leader, does it matter? How often do they stay? Do they matter? And I find that they don't really matter. Group C and Group A, number of leaders in terms of stability. Group C had 10 leaders since 1960. Group A, 9. Age. The leaders in Group C, the developed countries, they are older than Group A. And does education matter? No. 70% of the leaders in Group C have bachelor's degree. Group A, 73% had bachelor's degree. And yet, it wasn't really impacting on their performance. Let's just go on. Now, this is about Nigeria. Universities have grown rapidly since in the last few years. Especially through the private university and things like that. Now, and I want us to look at Nigeria, to just focus on Nigeria as a country. And I was trying to investigate whether the involvement of university education impact on governance. Okay, the education of our leaders, do they impact on governance? Okay, so I mean the most educated leaders we've had are Goodluck Jonathan, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Umaru Yar'Adua. They all had master's degree. Okay, all our military leaders, their highest regular education in secondary school. I mean, some, when they were in office, they also have military training. I'm not counting that. Okay, so these are the leaders we've had. Okay, and their educations. Goodluck Jonathan, like I said, a PhD in zoology. Umaru, MSc analytical chemistry. Nnamdi Azikiwe, MSc anthropology. And then others diploma, secondary school, except our new president that is BSc. Okay, now if you look at inflation, inflation, so you look at some of the macroeconomic variables at the end. Don't quote me, please. You have to be very careful. Now, if you look at inflation, average inflation rates during those leaders, those values are there. Goodluck Jonathan, okay, but let's just look at the values. So we have all the leaders there, Now, I also identify key economic ministries or agencies, okay? The Chief Economic Advisor, the Governor of the Central Bank, and Ministry of Finance. I thought those are economic agencies that, look at our economic advisors, look at the education, well-educated people. Philip Asodu, we have this office since then. I was looking at the civilian period, the Fourth Republic. Philip Asodu, Masters in Philosophy, Queen's College, Oxford, Paco, University of Texas, and the rest of them. The only woman there is Precious Garba, and the only person that's also educated in Nigeria more than the University of Ibadan. All the others were educated, and universities where they educated, where they went to schools there. Governors, central bank governors, okay? Since 1999, we have 5 of them: Sanusi, Soludo, Lamido, Emefiele. Sanusi was an accountant. Soludo PhD in economics. Sanusi Lamido MSc in economics. Gordon Emefiele MBA. Current governor, master's degree in public administration. Okay. Now, in terms of ministers of finance, okay, we also look at the ministers of finance. The education, Adamu Siroma, BA History, Kojo Koyala, PhD in Nigerian Economics, Nena Diusma, Purade Diploma, Shamshi Diusma, PhD in Economics, Mason Mokhtar, PhD in Economics. They are educated. Now, let's just go on. Now, if you compare our you know, these offices, and we compare them with Nigeria, with USA, UK, Ghana, South Africa, India, and Brazil. If you look at governor of central bank, 40% of them in Nigeria were economists. In USA was 75%. In India, 100%. It's almost that all their governors of central banks in the US, in India, must be economists. And almost all of them had advanced degrees. Okay? And then, you know, the number of years, almost the same, 5 years average. Ministers of Finance, interestingly, Nigeria almost have the highest after Brazil. 50% of the ministers of finance we've had are economists. In US, 29%. In South Africa, you know, nobody had been economist who was minister of finance. You know, India 23%, but they all had advanced degree. Chief economic advisors, almost universally, they were all economists. You know. Now, some governments have been favorable to economists than others. So I also look at how many economists were in the government of Olusegun Aremu Obasanjo first term. Second term, there were 55 ministers first term, 59 second term. Only 7 were economists, lawyers 12, engineers 7, and then 14 of the ministers had PhD. Obasanjo Yar'Adua is when the economists were most prominent. We have 8 economists, you know, out of 39, you know. Ebele Jonathan, there are just 3 economists in that administration. Mohamed Buhari, 3 economists out of 37 staff, 44 second time, just 3 economists, 13 lawyers. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, out of 47 ministers, only 4 are economists. So you guys are not, they don't like your faces. They don't like you guys. Now, I then ask the question, does it really matter whether they have economists or not? So I then use, you know, there is what they call the mystery index. What this, you know, how were they able to impact on the lives of people? Mystery index was first, you know, computed by one of the chief economic advisors to U.S. President, Professor Okun, and it was looking at, you know, inflation rate and unemployment rate. Okay, so if you look at changes in those rates, you can see whether lives of people are getting better or not. So if this is declining, that means that people are getting better, lower inflation, you know, lower unemployment. Now, Barrow modified that rate in this book in 1999, where he now also added what was the initial condition. That the initial condition you met is also very important. You know, what is the inflation rate you met. And then in addition to that, it was also adding what was your performance with respect to economic growth rate and your performance with respect to interest rate. Now, I tried to modify that by now including exchange rate. So you have 3 indicators now: Okun's original index, Barrow's index, and then, you know, my own modification by bringing in changes in inflation, in exchange rate. And exchange rate is very important. So what you do to exchange rate became very important. So I now evaluated the leaders. Okay, incidentally, Sani Abacha regime seemed to have the highest positive impact on people. You know, mystery index using either Okun's index, Barrow's index, or even the modified one, you know, had the lowest reduced mystery index the most. Then followed by Buhari Diagbon, you know, the first regime. But in the civilian government, it was Obasanjo during the civilian. Obasanjo first time when he was military, had the highest impact. When he also came as civilian, you know, mystery index also declines. But the worst, Nigeria suffered most in terms of, you know, mystery index, Babangida, and the current. If you use my own index, then Tinubu will be the worst. No, but it depends on the index that you use. But if you use Okun's index, then this government outperformed Shehu Shagari, Buhari, the last Buhari, Gowon, and Bangida. If you use Barrow's index, it outperformed Gowon and Bangida. But if you added the exchange rate, then it will be the one that had the highest negative impact on standard of living of people. Okay. Now, what about the economic advisors? Now, if you look at economic advisors, Philip Asodu, by the time he met inflation at 9.99, by the time he was leaving, inflation reduced. Okay? So he was able to bring about reduction in inflation during his regime, or inflation reduced during his regime, not that he brought it down, whatever it is. Exchange rate went up, economic growth improved, okay? Unemployment deteriorated. Pakol, during his time, inflation went up. Ode Ojowu, inflation went up. Osita Ogbu, inflation came down significantly. Tanimu Yakubu, inflation went up. Precious Gaba, inflation came down. Nwanze Okidegbe, inflation came down. Doyin Salami, inflation went up. Now, so you could see how, by the time they came in, what was the initial condition of inflation, of exchange rate, of GDP growth, and unemployment rate. Okay, and on the basis of that, you can then calculate those indices. Now, what did it show? Osita Ogbu seemed to be the best, and it was a very short time. Again, maybe we have to also take out, these are very short people. But Precious Gaba had the highest, if you look at Okun's index or Barrow's index, had the highest impact, or reduction of mystery index. Doyin Salami, very short time also. If you use Okun's index alone, had the highest, but if you use other indices, may not be that way. But Pakol, Tanimu Yakubu, and Philip Asiodo, incidentally, were the ones that, mystery index actually rose most under their terms. Now, governors of central bank. Now, during Oladele Sanusi, inflation went up. Soludo brought down inflation. Sanusi Lamido brought down inflation. Godwin Emefiele, inflation went up. Yemi Cardozo, inflation went up. Okay, in terms of exchange rate, Oladele Sanusi, exchange rate depreciated. Under Soludo, it appreciated. Under Sanusi, depreciated. Under Emefiele, it depreciated. Under Cardozo, it depreciated. GDP growth was highest under the first Sanusi, Oladele Sanusi, then followed by Soludo, followed by Lamido Sanusi, and then, rate of employment also. So if you also look at those impacts, you will see that, though it's not reported here, Soludo's time seems to be the highest decline in mystery index, followed by Sanusi Lamido. And these are two economists, so I don't want to read minutes to that. But those are two economists, and the mystery index significantly declined under mainly those two regimes. Now, what are the governors of central bank? There was the ministers of finance. Again, various best performance, but universally among them, at the end of the day, by ranking, Okojo Weala seems to be the one that performed more best. Again, as an economist, so we can take credit for that, for whatever it's worth. Another economist, Mason Mokhtar, if you use my own index, was third. And Wale Edun, regime seems to be the one that is, negatively worse, on that. But the time is still too short to be able to pass judgment, but so as a round up, what are the policy implications? What is coming up is that the state has a role to play in your growth evolutions. Okay? Countries grow not by the ownership of natural resources. Countries that have really outpaced Nigeria, that have grown very fast, between 1960 and 1920, 2023, Thailand, Japan, China, Malaysia, Indonesia, in terms of natural resource share of their capital is very small. So it's not natural resources that will help you to grow. Okay? It's more what to do to human capital, productivity growth, and those are the areas where you need your university most. Okay? Those are the drivers of growth. China used that and invests heavily, and we can see the outcome of that. In many parts of the world, university can be incubators of new companies and spin-offs. Google, Microsoft, Apple, all of them came out from university. You know, these were spin-offs from university, you know, which they were not able to do. Now, in this Cambridge, you can see a whole lot of investment and resources that came out of basic, you know, from the resource system. And then the university US. And also, oh yeah, I'm running off now. So, again, US, you can look at how much of spin-offs and benefit the country has been able to develop from, you know, the R&D impact of universities in those countries. So, countries that invest regularly in the quality of their universities tend to outperform those that do not, both in terms of economic performance and knowledge-driven metrics. This is evident in the sophistication of export compositions, development of human capital, and other indicators of economic competitiveness. However, higher education attainment and more political literacy does not necessarily translate to superior economic outcomes. Okay? Leadership effectiveness is influenced by a range of factors beyond academic credentials, including political acumen, governance structures, and contextual dynamics. The performance of economists in critical economic role is not uniformly superior to non-economists, which is a very strange finding, as with the exception of the central bank governors. Economists in Nigeria's key economic position have not consistently outperformed their non-economist counterparts. Perhaps the CBN governors may have been the only exception that we found. So my issue will require more studies, and you know, people are interested in working with me in this area. We are welcome. A country cannot outperform its level of intellectualism. Countries that are paying needed attention to their universities are growing very well. And rich countries will continue to allocate more resources to their universities, thereby widening the gap between them and the other countries. Now, US universities will offer free scholarships for PhD to the best students to simply attract them. And then they go out there, free PhD, they do research, they have spin-offs, benefits from that. It's, you know, it's utilized by America. And therefore, you continue to have these wide gaps between them and us. The quality of education is crucial for economic growth. And therefore, we must, you know, as a country, find ways of ensuring that we take our university very seriously. So thank you very much. That's
What a presentation from none other than the President, Nigerian Economic Society, at our 65th annual conference holding today, this afternoon. All right, I am so blown away by being brought to the fore. So let me begin by standing on the existing protocol. I would like to start society, members of the Nigerian Economic Society, our upcoming members, whom I will refer to as our future leaders in the society. These are our young eagles and eaglets coming up into this society. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We have all listened to the presidential lecture of the 65th National Conference of the Nigerian Economic Society by none other than the president himself, Professor Adeola Adenikiju. Join me, members of this congregation, to please give him a round of applause. The erudite, as well as the president, current president of the Economic Society, we thank you for this wonderful lecture. This year's conference hinges on the theme, socio-economic development in Nigeria, imperatives, implications, and impact. The next presidential lecture, however, that we've just witnessed, has touched the inner core of Nigerian socio-economic fabric, that is the university education, and then economic growth, dovetailing into where Nigeria stands. Let me try to summarize this richly endowed paper. A well-researched one, developed through empirical and analytic studies, using analytical tools and growth models to draw a thorough, thought-provoking conversation and conclusion for members of the Nigerian Economic Society, policy decision makers, as well as the wider society to ponder on. This is because presidential papers that is hereby presented, the president of the society has spoken and the words are final. So the president's paper explored the relationship between university education and economic growth, with a focus on why the countries, despite its enormous potentials, clearly lagged behind when compared to other peers. He cited such Philippines, and Brazil, and so on and so forth. While these countries have achieved rapid growth, Nigeria's growth has stagnated. Among the key variables he examined in his paper was the, if I can capture things correctly, whether or not the quality of education, especially university education in a country, impacts the economic performance of that country. To this question, it has been on the affirmative, looking at all the, to some extent, but a caveat. And I believe he raised a lot of fundamental issues in that regard. The third issue he raised was whether economists outperform non-economists in an economically important offices in the country to drive economic solutions. Well, with so many scenarios that we listened to this afternoon, he believes, therefore, in placing round pegs on round holes. That is one takeaway we cannot run away from. Placing round pegs on round holes. His analysis stated that countries with top-tier universities benefit enormously from enhanced human capital development, from technological and innovative ways of doing things, and also they also gain economic growth. The findings of his work underscores the need for Nigeria to enhance university system as a deliberate strategy to break free from to achieving sustainable development in charting a clear, goal-driven, goal-oriented strategies to leverage on our potentials for the realization of the goals he set out. The President also made far-reaching recommendations by looking at innovative ways for improving the quality of university education system in this country to drive economic growth. He equally recommended reverse the trend of brain drain in this country. That is the Japa syndrome, as well as attract global talents. This is equally very important. I believe that with what we have all listened to this afternoon, the President's lecture was not only presidential by nature, but it was also coming from a president of the Nigerian Economic Society who is equally an academic by excellence. So a big data analyst, like I said, or expert, he shared his views on the empirical, detailed analysis of his work on university education as well as economic growth, why Nigeria is, for instance, leaping further on this comparative growth experience. And he averred to what we need to do in order to reverse this particular, citing a lot of examples from his studies, all right, from the data that he used, and from the analysis drawn from that particular data. I don't have to recap all that he said because President who will say the last word. And I concurred as well as look at things from a very practical point of view. He did not only give the whys, the President also through the House and what needs to be done in order to reclaim our past glory of a very important country in this, in this part of the world, so as to merit our, or to give us our prided place. His recommendations were also point on, and they will help us to understand the criticality of the educational system, especially university education, the funds needed to be channeled into that particular sector, and how we can reap the benefit of that lawyer.
Please, another round of applause for the immediate past president of the NES, Professor Imu Jalingo. Can we just give another round of applause to the president, you know? And I thought that when the president was speaking, when he was giving us the data, I thought that the NESFP would make a noise when he evidentially gave us that Madam Okonjo-Iweala was the best. And I was there and I was saying, where are the women in the house? Please, NESFP, that the women are doing better. All right, at this point, let me invite Professor Jalingo, the immediate past president of NES, as well as the NES president. A fantastic job today. So please kindly welcome Professor Akpan Ekpo with a warm round of applause. Please, we still have like 2 sessions, so don't get tired. We'll soon be done. Prof, don't go yet though. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof, for doing us the honors of the presentation of the gift. Please, another round of applause for them. Actual debate. Please, can you say aye? Let the aye be louder. Even though we are not in the National Assembly, the ayes have it. So thank you. You've been a very fantastic audience, but we'll be going quickly into the next session. I know that we have lunch in our program, but we just also have to be very fast about these sessions so that we can take lunch at the end. So I will quickly invite our next speaker for the next session. Please, one house. Thank you. The next session will be focusing on Africa's Economic Report 2024 and Outlook for 2025, the risk and the challenges. Our speaker would be Professor Kevin Chika Urama, Chief Economist, African Development Bank. Please, can you give him a round of applause? It's not easy. So that he comes on stage to join us. The chairperson of this session is Professor Antonia Simbene, the DG of NISA Ibadan. Please, a round of applause. And we would definitely have our discussants on stage to Dr. Biodo Adedikpe, Chief Consultant, B. Adedikpe and Associates Limited. Please, a round of applause, because I'm looking forward to this session as they will be discussing Africa this year and the outlook for 2025. Dr. Chuka Onyekwena, EDCC, I've not seen him in this room, but I saw Dr. Adedeji. I don't know if Dr. Adedeji is here to represent him. No, Dr. Adedikpe is here. CC's ED, Dr. Onyekwena, then Ms. Precious Akonono, National Economist, UNDP, Nigeria, FTT. But while we're still waiting, we can just go ahead. Prof, do you want to be here too? Please, a round of applause for them. Please, is Prof's presentation ready? Okay, media. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, all. Please let me stand on established protocols and really express my big gratitude for being invited to come and speak to this august body. Looking at my professors, my mentors, my teachers here, and my role models in this august field of economics. So I'm going to be speaking about a report that we produced for the annual meetings of the bank. It's called Africa's Economic Outlook 2024, that focused on a lot of the issues discussing on how we can drive Africa's transformation. I'll try to lace it with Nigeria, but I'm going to downsize my comments about the Nigerian economy, since we have heard from all the masters of Nigeria's economy today. Next slide, please. So on this slide, this is just the outcome. Next slide, the outcome of my presentation. Next slide. So here we were trying to look at what's the growth outlook for the continent in the short to the medium term. Next slide. And here, sorry, first slide. Okay, go back to the other slide, please, the first one. So here we're looking at two issues, this particular slide. Just look at the red line there. You see that Africa's economy, despite all the global shocks that we have had in the recent past, has been doing very well in terms of its recovery and resilience. So it's just a story of resilience. And then already my brother here have talked about the fallacy of using the issues around GDP, not only in Africa, but also globally. And there's a lot of movement now to actually start refocusing on some of the metrics that matter more for the quality of lives of people, for achieving SDGs, rather than just the GDP. Now, on the other side, we just use another metric, which is GDP per capita, to check. And you see that fallacy there. The red line shows Africa is growing fast, second only to Asia. If you look at it, they're almost at par with Asia by 2024. I'm going to save quoting the numbers because they are all in the report. But when you look at the other slide, Africa has been lagging all other regions in terms of per capita incomes. And we use those per capita incomes basically to try and track what's the impact of that overall GDP growth and how it's distributed among society, the citizens. Next slide, please. And on this slide, we see that despite the growth on the continent at the continental level, we have the heterogeneity with regard to how different regions have performed in these past years that we looked at, and also the different types of economies that we classified with regard to what are the major drivers of the economies, whether it be tourism, oil-dependent economies, resource-dependent economies, or non-resource-dependent economies. And what you find there is that Eastern Africa region, Central Africa region are really much more stable in terms of growth than the other regions of the continent. The worst in terms of the growth rates is Southern Africa. And we find that most of the major large economies, including Nigeria, South Africa, Angola, and the rest, are some of the economies that are dragging the GDP per capita growth in the continent down. And then also the only thing to take away from there is that resource-rich economies as non-resource-rich economies. And I know there are so many economists here who will tell us why that is happening. Next, please. And in this slide, I just looked at Nigeria compared to the rest of the world, the West Africa region and other oil exporters and so on. Nigeria is already, we have heard the story, we are not doing very well. And the metrics in terms of the numbers of GDP growth, we already have heard about them, so I'm not going to talk about that in more detail. Next slide, please. And here, we try to look at what are the fundamentals in the macroeconomy of the continent and area. Next. And here, we have talked a lot about inflation, and there are different perspectives on how to manage it, what is causing it, and how to address it. But the issue here is that inflation in Africa, generally, not just Nigeria, is not only domestic. There are several issues that are structural issues in the global economy that is hyping the food price inflation we're currently seeing, including also the energy price inflation. So when we try to make the policies for our domestic markets, it is also important to look at all the other exogenous factors that is driving the inflationary impacts that we have seen and we are seeing going forward. But related to it is the currency depreciation that we have seen. Again, there are so many domestic and external factors that cause those movements we see in our currencies. And there was a point alluded to in the last very good debate with regard to some of the tools we used to know that to manage inflation is not as effective as it used to be because of those structural factors. For example, food price inflation is a major driver of inflation in many African countries. So no matter how you increase your policy rates, if you are not producing food domestically, you are going to continue to have inflationary pressures. So fiscal policy and monetary policy coordination with regard to helping boost agricultural productivity, boost manufacturing value added in economies becomes a central bank governors needs to get interested in, instead of just increasing monetary policy rates to some extent that sometimes dissuades this production. And that is in Nigeria specifically also, and in many African countries, we find that security in the rural communities is a major inflation driver. So if farmers are not feeling free to go and produce food, be it subsistence agriculture, you still seeing consumer price index going up, and it starts feeding into inflation. Let's go forward. And here, of course, these are just things we all talk about, the current account and fiscal positions of the continent. We know what this is. Next slide, please. And here, one of the points I wanted to point out is the extent to which external shocks, because we have been talking about domestic governance, domestic shocks, and so on, but external shocks has become, of recent, a major driver of economic challenges, especially with regard to currency performance in Africa. Nigeria here, you can see on the other side, if you get the slide, you can see 341% difference in terms of local currency as I think February 2019 and 2024. And a lot of the factors are not things that only the government of Nigeria can control. So we need to think about that as we discuss some of these issues. Let's go forward. And okay, inflationary pressure in Nigeria compared to other parts of the continent, West Africa and Africa. You can see that in the graph there, and you know all the numbers. So I'm not going to stress it that much. Next. And here is just the fiscal positions for the country. We have heard all those in the morning, so I'm not going to stress about it as well. Next. So one of the major issues that all these macro conditions that we have been talking about always drives is the borrowing rates, debt. Even though Nigeria, for example, is not having high debt to GDP ratio, we know debt to revenue ratio in the country. And across the continent, we have similar challenges going forward. Next slide. So here we can see one big question I want to add, since the last presenter asked questions. For the top economists that are here, why is it that even after the HIPC, we received debt relief, our debt still keeps going up? What's going on? And we look at the other side, external factors again, which sometimes macroeconomic stability, which Dr. Teriba was talking about and others were talking about, the absence of that is costing Africa dearly with regard to even the cost of capital when we borrow. We see that the red line is Africa, the rest is other countries. You find that the spread in terms of the repayments Africa makes for what it borrows on average is about 3.5% more than is compared countries, even when they have the same risk ratings. Again, because of policy uncertainty. Next slide, please. And here, one of the other things that we need to think about, how do we deal with the issue of dollar dominance in Africa? Because you find here this purple line on top, if you look at all the publicly guaranteed external debt in Africa, a lot of it, almost 70%, is dollar denominated. So when Madam Yellen makes policy there, it has implications here, irrespective of what policies, how sound they are in this country. And that is what happens elsewhere. And again, the debt on the continent is becoming more commercial than more non-Paris club, i.e. commercial debt, which is often short-term, high rates, and very difficult sometimes to manage transparency and accountability of the same. So again, the blue lines there, up to 47%, 49% of Africa's debt is now commercial debt. So that has implications on how debt policy and debt management should be discussed. Because it has significant, if you go to the report, you'll find the challenges that creates as well. Next slide. And here, one of the challenges is that debt service cost is heightening, and actually the debt burden on the continent is not the quantum of debt, but the service cost. And this country is one that we can talk about with regard to debt to revenue ratio as well. So we find that on average, the continent is spending about 12.7% of its GDP to service debt. So that's over 74 billion US dollars for each year spending on servicing debt. 74 billion. You know the GDP of the continent, so you know the proportions that is going to servicing debt. And that goes away from funding education, which our president has so eloquently talked to us about. And interest costs to debt from capital markets is costing Africa about 500% more than if they got it from the normal concessional loans from the World Bank, African Development Bank, and others. Because middle-income countries in Africa start losing access to concessional loans, and because of that, they go to the open market. So, and that again is exacerbating the fiscal challenges for countries in the continent. And here is for each country, you can see what the repayment rates, refinancing risks that there is for countries. On average, about 10 billion in the near future for every country on this continent. So in making policies, we also need to thinking about how do we think beyond the domestic policies to manage our macroeconomy, but also how we as Africa relate with the global policies, basically the macroeconomic conditions globally, but also the global financial architecture that is driving these repeated and recurrent challenges, inflation, debt, and so on that we have. Next, please. And here is just to say, quite often we try to focus on FDI, but FDI is becoming very small with regard to development financing on the continent, and it's declining very fast. And it's not set to change because of fiscal challenges also in the donor countries. Last year, it declined by about 19.4%. The more stable source of external financing is more domestic, diaspora remittances. ODA is going down, FDI is going down, portfolio investment is going down, and from what we are seeing globally, it doesn't look in the next decade that there will be a reverse. And this has implications for how we will think about financing our development. Of course, in Nigeria, this is the issue about the debt in Nigeria, which we all know about, so I'm not going to spend so much time about that. This creates what I've called a cycle for us that we need to think about. Africa's risk premium is costing the continent $74.5 billion annually, higher than its peers. Just the risk premium that we pay because of asymmetric information that the rating agencies are using, and that leads to higher cost of financing, lower available resources for financing education and other things that are necessary that will have productivity, boosting investments, and that goes round again to low capital for investing in all those things, and we become poorer and we pay higher, and that just continues over and over. When it hits up so much, they will give us debt relief, and we continue another cycle. So we need to think about it. But when you think about why are we paying more when in terms of default rates, this is a study done by Moody's Analytics, not us. Moody's Analytics did this study over a panel of years, and they find that Africa's default rate is about 1.9% on large infrastructure investments, compared to Eastern Asia, that is 12.4%. And even Europe, North America is 6.6%, and so on and so forth. But yet, of this premium, we are paying more than them, and that is constraining governments from having finances to be able to finance productivity boosting investments like education, health, and the rest of them. But this is not to absorb the continent. There are so many things we need to do, which we have talked about today, internally, to be able to reduce our debt to GDP ratio, manage inflation, trade openness, and the rest of that. There are so many factors that are domestic that we need to continue to focus on. Next, please. So here, I just want to stress what has already been said. There is no alternative to macroeconomic stability for any economy. You need that first, because it has implications for several other things that happen. And here we just try to use in terms of financial flows, and we're finding out that Africa is losing a lot more in terms of capital outflows than what we are getting as inflows. Almost $600 billion leaving the shores of the every year. This one is the risk ratings. I've talked about 74 billion. The other one is, I'm not seeing this thing properly. Corruption is 148 billion. Illicit financial flows about 90 billion. And then profit shifting in capital markets is about 275 billion that we're losing. But we are getting inflows of 174 billion annually. So we need to start thinking about policies that addresses these leakages, because these leakages is the problem. It's not finance. Africa does not lack the financial capital it requires to do development, but we have a lot of leakages. Go forward. And this again leads us to those risks that we want to highlight. The interest rates and debt service is a major one. Commodity dependence and price volatility in the market is a major one. And then also persistent inflationary pressures. Climate shocks has become a new physical challenge that is addressing, creating major problems in the continent, but also regional risks and political instability. There's details that the report has about each of these and how they impact economies, but I'm not going to go into that depth because we have lost a lot of time. Next, please. So, taking stock of Africa's economic transformation, next, we find here a story of what I call a development paradox. We have most of the best economists I have met are Nigerian. And this is not because I'm a Nigerian. Most of the best that I have met are Nigerian. But if you go back and look at how that knowledge, the human capital, is impacting on the economy, I can only describe it as a paradox. Okay? So we have high resource potential. If you look at natural capital, the best natural capital potential in the world is in Africa. Whichever industrial revolution you look at, we have driven development of the world, this continent. Yet, the returns to our natural capital for growth is next to none. So in addition to what Ayo talked about, unlocking capital from government assets, I will ask, unlocking capital from nature's assets. Why are we not doing that properly? GDP growth rates, we are performing well, is high, but we have low SDG outcomes. And that is just to show in terms of the SDG outcomes. This is Africa. Look at Africa. Nothing going on. Other countries. My little daughter, when she was 9, if you start looking at a graph in any economic indicator, it says, look at the x-axis. Next, please. And one of the other things is then we have volatility, which is the worst thing you need in an economy. Because, Ayo Tereba has already talked about it. I won't stress it. We have low GDP per capita growth. Go back to that slide, please. We have low GDP per capita growth. We have endemic poverty, low SDG outcomes, and we are resiliently poor. So we celebrate that Africa is resilient, but we're always resilient at the lower levels, at the x-axis of every matrix you are looking at. That we have to change, and that's the challenge for every economist sitting here. Next, please. And then if you try to take a historical look going back to 1970s, the data does show that maybe we're actually doing better than now. This is data. So how successful are we in actually growing our economy? Whether you look at GDP per capita or real GDP growth or any other index, the continent is not going the right direction. Next, please. And here, if you look at all the individual countries, you'll find different pathways, but still the same story. Some countries will have failed takeoffs, sharp growth, sharp fall. So I used to say, when the economy is rising, Africa rising, I say, why are we rising? It's because we fell. If you are on top there, you don't need to rise. Stay there. Next, please. And here, the factors that is driving all these things we are talking about is low structural transformation. Productivity in sectors is so diverse and small, not able to drive change. And the only sectors that is actually yielding major returns are mining, services, and financial services and utilities. And these are sectors that are employing the fewest number of Nigerians. The rest, agriculture and so on, that a lot of Nigerians are employed in, very low productivity. We need to think about changing this much more than we think about managing inflation. Because when this changes, the real economy grows, productivity grows, your tax rate will come up. Because, the returns on your tax will come up even if it's a low tax base. If you tax me 20% and my income is $100, how much are you getting? If I earn 1 billion and you tax me 10%, how much are you getting? And that's the reason why other countries are mobilizing more revenue from fewer taxes than we are doing. So we seem to be focusing on the wrong things. Let's change the taxation. Let's increase the taxation. Let's do this, let's do that. There's so much you can squeeze an orange. If the juice is finished, it gets bitter. Next, please. And here, employment shares by sectors. You look at Africa, we see that there seem to be sectoral changes, which in economics we discuss as structural transformation. But the shocking thing we found is that the structural changes is not driven by productivity growth. People are moving out of agriculture to the cities, to services and other jobs because of insecurity. So they are not acquiring human capital. So their productivity is not increasing. So poverty is deepening. So our structural transformation is coming with increased poverty. We need to change that. Next, please. And this is just to show the stages of structural transformation that we have had on the continent. So when you start looking at this graph, it seems like we are performing well. But as I have said, it is all going from low productivity to low productivity sectors. And that needs to change. Next, please. And here is just looking at regional differences in the continent. And the same story is there. Eastern Africa, Central Africa, transforming more than others. Why is this happening? Next, please. Next slide. And here is looking at sectoral share in domestic value added embodied in exports. Again, the same stories that we continue to find. Across every matrix you try to measure the performance of economies over time, we have a strong challenge as economies on the continent to change this trend. Next, please. And technology content of exports, you have the same issue. This is Africa. The red one here is Africa. We're only doing better than South Asia. The other countries that are doing well, you find that we really have an issue to deal with. Next, please. And here is for Nigeria. We see again the same pattern in Nigeria. While agriculture share is going down, it is the productivity, the factor productivity is not increasing at the same pace, and most Nigerians are employed in agriculture and other sectors that have very low productivity rates. And that is why poverty continues to deepen. Next, please. And here, what are just the drivers of this structural transformation? I'm speaking to economists, so we all know that. Productive capacity, human capital. Economic competitiveness, gross capital formation, labor market regulation, and so many other things that are driving the challenge, the reason why we remain where we are. If we don't change those, we are not going to go forward. And governance quality, which our president just talked about, is a central driver of that. Again, in summary of all this, we have a big challenge. And that challenge is because market failures in the global and domestic sectors have created a vicious cycle of underdevelopment in Africa. So we continue to go round and round the same issues. SDG outcomes are mostly off track on the continent, and 9 out of 10 poorest people in the world by 2030 will be in Africa if we don't change things. Current growth rates in Africa is not enough to be able to drive structural transformation. So our models are showing it will take about 108 years, another century, before Africa can break out of this trap that we have found ourselves. And most countries, even when they get to middle income class, they get trapped there because of some of these challenges that we have talked about. Next, please. So here, how do we then finance this? Because a lot of times, I'm speaking on behalf of a bank, so we talk about financing. Next, the architecture of the global economy is designed to make financing in Africa inadequate, untimely, and costly. And we need to, as economists, engage in how we can change that architecture to deliver more adequate and affordable resources in a timely manner and at the scale that is going to work. Just some evidence. Access to emergency financing, whether it be climate, with disaster risk, and so on. On this graph, when you look at Africa compared to the others, look at us on top, nothing. Very few small things coming. Next slide. If you think about concessional access to concessional financing, again, Africa's access to concessional financing is so small, almost about 1% of what is needed in order to be able to create capital formation in countries. Next, please. And that ODA flows are likely to remain suppressed. So continuing to hope that manna will fall from external financing, we should stop that. Even the 0.7% of GNI that was committed, only 5 countries are meeting it. You can look at it and most of the countries that actually drives structural changes in more are actually not meeting even their own targets. And this is supposed to continue to go down. Next, please. So here, external access to external financing remains low, as I've mentioned. And if you look at Africa versus the rest of the world, Africa is the who are not doing well. So dear economists, our colleagues here, but I'm not going to dwell on it because of time. When we get the paper, you will see the comments. But one of it is for us to begin to think of African solutions for African problems. We need to create aggregate demand for our own products. We need to start consuming African products because what we are doing is supporting external markets. And that is a challenge that we have. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for Prof. Just before we hand over to the chairperson, I want to kindly invite Professor Bright Erega of the Pan-Atlantic University to join the audience. Professor Bright, please, a round of applause for him, then the chairperson can take over.
Okay, thank you very much. I must say that your presentation is very scary. And probably deceitful. You know why I say so? The African economy is resilient. You are projecting additional growth. And then when you start to break it down, I'm asking myself, so when you tell us all these problems, where is the growth going to come from? So that is why I say it's probably a bit deceitful. The report is projecting that for 2024, we will rise to 3.7%, and for 2025, 4.3% for the African continent. This is so despite all the observed bottlenecks, the issues that we know. What are some of these issues? We all know about the Russia-Ukraine war that is ongoing. We know about climate change issues and its impact on agriculture as well as energy sources and electricity generation, which is a major issue for economic growth. We also know about pockets of instability in many parts of the African continent, which are impacting on other countries that are seemingly politically stable. You look at what happened and what is happening in Mali, for instance, and the impact it is having on the security situation in an economy like Nigeria's. We thank you very much for your presentation. There's a lot of material in the report. Hopefully, not just members of the NES will be getting copies of this report if they are not already being distributed. It's a huge one, but you have been able to give us a few highlights. And some of the other things that I picked, you talked about per capita income remaining very low, particularly compared to other countries. You identified the eastern and central parts of Africa to be doing better and a bit more stable compared to the others. Worriedly, you talk about major economies like those that we would easily identify: the Nigerian economy, South Africa, Egypt. The so-called major economies are wobbling. Resource-rich economies, including ours, are not doing well. And inflationary issues are not just domestic. First of all, what is happening in Nigeria today is not just in Nigeria, but it is also that what is happening in Nigeria is being impacted by what is happening in other parts of the world. So no matter how much effort we make, it looks like we must be able to also impact those other external factors. You emphasize the need for fiscal and monetary policies to be coordinated. That is very crucial. And security, that we all know, you have identified it as a major driver of inflation. And that debt to revenue ratio remains quite high. Your bank is wondering how we're going to deal with dollar dominance in Africa, especially because of its impact on the debt, on the size of the debt, on debt service cost, and also on debt to revenue ratio. You draw attention to the fact that FDI is slowing and will worsen into the future, and we need therefore to not assume that things will continue the way they have been, and we need to be interested in how we invest our own resources. You conclude that there is no alternative to macroeconomic stability, and that the outflows from the continent, including a country like ours, and you identified corruption, areas of waste, okay? Those outflows are high, should be an area of concern. Finally, you talk about, you give us suggestions, you don't fail, you give us suggestions as to key drivers of transformation. I would like to, as chief economist of the bank, after our discussants have spoken, I'd like you to please tell us how your bank is going to work with the countries of Africa to ensure that the targets that you see are actually met. That aside, that on a general note, but also to ask you how your bank is going to help individual countries with issues, for instance, of inflationary pressures that are projected to persist in parts of Africa. How do you plan to support member countries in achieving macroeconomic stability without stifling economic growth? The AFTA is in place. What more can the ADB do in addressing the structural bottlenecks that have slowed down its implementation. I think that if it's able to take off much more aggressively, much more in a more sustainable manner, it could really help continental growth. So you will take that when you are responding. That we have listened to our lead speaker, the chief economist at the African Development Bank, Professor Urama. We thank you very much for the insights that you have given into the Africa Economic Outlook 2024. Let's give him a round of applause again. Next, I would like to invite the chair. Did I call you chairman now? Chief consultant of B. Adedipe Associates Limited, a very big consulting firm in Lagos, Dr. Biodun Adedipe, to please comment on the presentation that has been made, but also for you to give us a viewpoint on how you think that the private sector would respond, okay, to the pressing risks that lie in the face of the achievement of the potential growth. Let me call it potential now, particularly for businesses in Africa, but also in Nigeria. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And let me also, do I say sit now because I'm not standing on existing protocol. And happily also, I have a bride join me here. I thought I was going to speak for the discussants, the program, and I thought I should expand the scope of my contribution. But before I came up here, I was looking at making just 3 major contributions. And that is more to speak to the opportunity side of the sub-theme for this very session. Because it's about, outlook for the African economy, the risks and the opportunities. So now, talking about the opportunities, the first thing that came to my mind, looking at what is happening globally, especially in those countries that were cited in earlier presentations, especially the 2 we had for the president this morning and early this afternoon. And why have those countries been growing fast and also growing sustainably and growing inclusively and in a sustained manner? Those 4 words were chosen deliberately. Growing fast, growing sustainably, growing inclusively, and in a sustained manner. So I picked out 3 of them. And again, the first of them came, or let me say, the president dwelt a lot on them in his presentation, and that's Indonesia. And what I want to bring out here is that African economies will not progress beyond where we are, like our, main speaker said, we rise and then we fall, have to rise again. Now, the reason we have such episodic challenges in the Nigeria, that the African economy, is because most of African economies are not anchored either on a sector or an activity. And that takes me to Indonesia that our president mentioned earlier. Now, when you look at Indonesia, yes, many sectors are thriving, but one key component of the Indonesian economy is the export of palm oil. And I'll give just 2 illustrations there to underscore it. Number 1 is that on the average, Indonesia makes about $28 billion from the export of palm oil only, out of several derivatives of the oil palm oil only. That's 1. Then 2, sometime in 2018, the United Nations had to make an appeal to the Indonesian government not to create new palm plantations. That is, instead of converting forests to palm plantations, that if they could slow down on that, the UN will give Indonesia a gift of $1 billion US. 2018. So to me then I said this is an economy whose policies are anchored around a particular sector, even though things are happening in other sectors as well. The other example I want to give is United Arab Emirates, in particular Dubai. Now everything happening in Dubai is anchored around tourism. So when they invest in infrastructure and of course education and everything they do in the health sector, all of them, everything is anchored around tourism. How do I make people come from the rest of the world on tourism for whatever reason? They spend everything in Dubai. Unless the person has a return ticket, he might in fact be stranded because we spend all this money there. Okay? So now I picked those two. Then the third one I picked out is of course an advanced economy, Germany. The German economy is on export-led strategy. So the focus primarily is on export. So when they define quality standards and everything they do in their industries, that is basically the focus. We want to sell to the rest of the world. So until we begin to anchor our economies on certain sectors or activities, we may not really grow beyond where we are in a sustainable manner. The second thing I want to comment on relates to what had been mentioned earlier by Tawe Dele, and that is, it comes from a question I always ask myself. Which one is more important? What to measure or how to measure? And of course, to me, I think what is more important is what to measure to start with, before we talk about how to measure it. So if we look at it from that perspective, then measuring GDP for African countries, I don't think should be primary. Rather, we should be measuring the elements in the SDGs, as already mentioned by some of our speakers. In which case, what are those elements that impact Human Development Index? Because this conference is all about socio-economic development. So what those elements? So what should we do with respect to those elements? And that brings me to what has been said earlier on also. Investment in education and health. I call them drivers of sustainable economic growth. And I use the example of China in this regard. It has been mentioned also. In fact, the presentation, the second presentation by our president, China also came out very strongly in terms of funding the universities. Now, each time I look at the Chinese educational system, they don't focus only on their own citizens. Even when our own children from Africa go to school universities in China, they not only get scholarships, they get stipends also monthly for sustenance. So in which case, when they come in, the focus is to get them integrated into the system so that when they finish, they won't leave China. That's number one. And then when they send their children out of China for education, it's like they go in batches. Hardly do their own children remain where they go for graduate studies, even undergraduate studies. They return to China. A new set comes. But when you look at our own, I was sharing with one of my friends there that my third child has a PhD in engineering, in fact, subsea engineering and energy. Now, when she finished her doctorate 2 years ago in UK, the first thing they did before she even defended her thesis was to give her an £8 million project to manage. So when that happened, I told my wife, Nigeria has lost this girl to UK. I don't know how she will come back here. So before she defended her thesis, they are giving her a job. So of course, right now she's fully integrated in the system. And of course, winning an award as the top 50 engineering women in UK in 2022 just cemented it. So I told my wife, we've lost her to UK. Now, when I look at that and consider most of our children that we send out either for graduate studies or even first degree, hardly do they come back to develop Africa. So we are truly investing in developing human capital. But there are more to the benefit of the countries we are in. What do we do to ensure that when they finish, they come back? And that means we must have deliberate policies and also create an environment that encourages them to come back. And that takes me to my third point. And I will use the example of an African country, Botswana. Okay? In Botswana, one of their presidents came to the Nigeria Economic Summit some years back, about 10 years or so ago, and said one of the things that has helped Botswana is what I describe as policy stability. Now, that goes beyond political stability. That's the first platform. But on the back of political stability, you build policy stability, where every head of government comes in, and what he or she does is to embrace the economic policy and plan for the country, not coming with its own agenda. So that way, like the man told us, it was the third generation of leadership in Botswana that was implementing a long-term, a perspective plan for the country. So, but what you find in most other African countries is that if it is not a case of a sit-tight leader who has been there for 20-something, 30-something years, which eventually will lead to crisis. I mean, if you ask me, for example, today, what do you have to say about Paul Kagame of Rwanda? Yes, he's done a good job for them, but I also think about succession. Okay, he's been there now for so many years, but when he exits, who succeeds him? Is there not a pumps after him? We see what implemented as Paul's policies rather than the policies of Rwanda as an issue. So that's also a concern there. But I will take only one more point, because initially when I thought I was the only discussant, I increased the number of my contribution from 3 to 10. Okay? But now we're bright here. I will stay with only 4. Let me pick one that, Prof, you actual agreement. Now, what had been estimated, but when you look at different regions of the world, what we call intra-regional trade, Africa has the lowest globally. So in which case, we've seen there a low-hanging fruit. And my approach to it is simply this. And this was what I had mentioned in a conversation with the presidency about 2 years ago in Nigeria, and some banks that are interested in promoting export in Nigeria. That what we can do, I produced a table, and I said, let's look at imports. And the next question will be, where are those imports from? How can we now incentivize producers within Africa to outcompete? And competition, you mentioned it also, Prof. Competition is very vital. So how do we now incentivize producers in Africa to outcompete those who export to Africa, so that we not only grow exports intra-Africa, but as well in the process we begin to grow our economies inclusively? Because the bottom line is that when we continue to consume imports, we are creating jobs abroad. But when we produce what we consume, and we also produce to export to other countries, especially now outside Africa, they'll be creating jobs here, and of course, instead of creating dollar millionaires. Let me stop there. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adedipe. You have said so much, anchoring on how to grow fast, inclusively, sustainably, and in a sustained manner. And you identified episodic challenges due to the fact that many economies in Africa are not focused or specific, but are overstretched on doing so many things at the same time without being master of any. You gave examples, of course, from Indonesia, from Dubai, and from Germany, and then you gave us some measures. You talked about deciding what to measure and how to measure it. I'm concerned about that one. Because if one is to look at the example of JAMB, the JAMB exam, for instance, I don't know why, but at a time, if you didn't get 200, you couldn't get into any university. And I ask myself, we say the quality is reducing, shouldn't we be raising the bar? Instead, I've seen universities being advertised with 140, you can come in. I mean, so I mean, you may be right, we need to change how we measure, but is it because we are not meeting up that we want to change? Or is it really that by virtue of the nature and character of African economies, we cannot and should not be measured in the way others are measured? So let's not change the goalpost in the middle of the game. Okay? The point is, are we part of this game? And if we're there, we can have a global discussion about measurement processes and see where that takes us. When you come back, I'd like you to also comment on the commodity, one commodity focus of many of our economies in Africa, but especially that of Nigeria, and how it helps this situation. I want to welcome our third consultant. Thank you for joining us so that we're not too lonely here. Dr. Bright, unfortunately, I don't know your area. Okay. Yes, my point is that I don't know your area of specialization, so I don't have a focused question for you, but I'd like you to comment on the presentation that has been made, particularly with relevance to the African continent generally, because this session is on the Africa economy outlook, before you now drill down to the Nigerian situation. Thank you and welcome.
All right, thank you so much for bringing me up. In the first place, I was just listening to what Prof was to present, and before you know, I had my name from somewhere to say, please come up and all of that. But I think I will say one or two things. All right. I think for me, when I listen to what you have presented, it has always been the same stories over the years. I think I was in a meeting, I think the World Bank group presented their what we call the development update when Tinubu came on board, President Tinubu came on board in May in my office, and they were making the exchange rate and all of that. We expect that Nigeria would have been better, because they presented that maybe 6 months before they now came again and said it would have been better by now. And I think in that meeting I raised up my hand to say I was in secondary school or maybe in the university when all these problems were there, and I remember my professors were making these same statements and thinking that Nigeria will be better. Then now I'm also now a professor now with my beard now getting white. And so I'm wondering whether there is even any hope and all of that, okay? And whether Nigeria or Africa will still be better. So let me start by saying first and foremost that what he has said with regards to, growth heterogeneity across Africa, right? And particular to the fact that countries that are not oil-rich countries are doing better. The other ones that are oil-rich, the oil-rich ones are not really doing better. I can point down to about two things about that. One is that the oil-rich countries, they are more exposed to, commodity shock than the non-oil-rich countries, right? And that's one. And this is because our products are not, globally to the point you've made. The question is that what kind of products are we exporting, right? Do they even have the capacity to generate employment so that we can have some level of domestic stability? That's one, because if they don't have the capacity to generate employment within, they don't have the capacity to generate revenue, right? And therefore, we have to depend on some kind of external, revenue from the exposed externally vis-a-vis. It has what we call a reverse causality to our budget, and then the implication that we'll be running a budget deficit. That is basically one channel that will happen. So one solution is to say, and which has been made this morning, is to say, can we think about, we can't be doing all
several things. I remember Professor Adenike taught me in the University of the African nations. What are they, having comparative, and now begin to attract the kind of capital for investment within, and not just investment within, but at the same time, because those production, it will lead to more production, and then more, employment generation, and then more income generation even for the government, and then we can see some level of stability. So for me, I like also this morning when someone was making a comment to say, do we need to now look at the numbers from whether GDP or not from non-GDP and all of that? For me, economic transformation starts from growth. And that's what we can't do without GDP. You can't talk about economic transformation without growth. And when we talk about growth, I'm talking about long-run growth. I remember I was in this platform, capital market platform, where Professor Ekpo posted something. And he said, you need to grow for a very long time. The only driver of economic transformation is what is long-run growth. Look at China. It grew for almost 3 decades before you can see the transformation that you are seeing. If an economy does not grow for a very sustained level, you cannot transform the economy. So if you, for instance, we had maybe 10 years of growth, it was short-lived because it was not sustained enough. And by the way, it was not even in double digits. And my next question is to say, what drives sustained growth? What are the drivers of sustained? That's the next question I will ask. And if we can solve that problem, I am sure that we can begin to think about, and some of the factors that drive, some of the things that we'll talk about with regards to driving sustained growth will also have implication on the productivity of for that product that we are talking about that can have the capacity for global value chain and all of that. So what are drivers? Number one driver of sustained growth is institution. And I link that to fiscal institution. And with the level of fiscal institution we have in Africa vis-a-vis to Nigeria, you can then begin to see why we have the kind of debt, the kind of debt burden that we have. With weak institution, you will be running a fiscal deficit that will not just have implication on your debt, but it will have implication of your external sector that will put pressure not only on your reserve, but your exchange rate will always be volatile, and that exposes you to what we call macroeconomic instability. And that is basically the problem we face in Africa and mostly a country like Nigeria. That is number one. Number two is that we've been making every effort in Nigeria to say, or in Africa to say, one of the solutions we have is capital, to attract capital. My question to that all the time is to say, that is fine, but is that a sustainable source of making your country to grow on a sustained level for economic transformation? My answer is no. Because the truth is that, for instance, for Nigeria, we have gone everywhere to look for capital, but the capital, look at FDI as share of total capital formation, is always very low. And the reason is not far-fetched. What asset class we have within domestic environment to attract those capital? When we increase interest rate from at least 500 basis points, all of that, all that we have attracted, look at it. The only thing we can do is to provide short-term kind of investment, because we don't have long-term assets within the country to attract that capital, and because they are short-term, they will need to later go back. And when they go back, we put more pressure on the same exchange rate, okay? So that is number one. So my first point is that how do we ensure that our institutions, and that is a big elephant in the room. I know we have done a lot of development plan, and all our development plans have failed because anytime we design a development plan, we don't factor in the issue about institution. We just do projection to say we want to grow, I want to be 20th economy, but we know very well that institutionally we are nowhere to be found. We think that development plan will do itself. Look at how much we have spent all these years till now. We can't pinpoint to any. That's the number one point. My second point as I end is to come back to one of the points you have made, sir, and which is that to drive productivity, because productivity is a major driver of growth, long-run growth, to drive productivity, which is institution. The second point is human capital. And when I speak about human capital, I'm also talking about research and development. Research and development, you know, what we spend as research and development in Africa is probably less than 1% of our GDP. There is no company in anywhere in the world that can spur productivity vis-a-vis to innovation, to play competitively with other companies without talking about proper, you know, back-end, I call it a think tank that drives that innovation. And that is research and development. It's very poor. And until we do something about that, we cannot begin to have the kind of products that will be so innovative to play at the global level and attract not just capital, but also begin to generate revenue for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bright. Sorry, I was making signs to you. But I got 2 points from you. The very importance of fiscal institutions and then the role of human capital in the sense of research and development. And that ties to what the education and the impact of education, or the nexus between education and growth. Are we going to have opportunity for 2 questions? Yes, 2 questions. 2 questions from my fellow sisters. Sit down, sit down, sit down. My fellow sisters first. Gone. So, you, sir, and the man in orange, the man that I asked to sit down. Yes, 2, just 2.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Uche.
Is it you? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I like your presentation and the way you ended it. You said African solution to African problems. And that brings me to the point that our major challenge in Nigeria today, and indeed in many African countries, is stagflation, not just inflation. You have, high inflation existing alongside very weak growth. The last one we had, 3.19%, okay? If you take the average in the last 5 years, it's been less than 2%. A situation in which you're growing below your population growth, of course, you can't expect much. Then the final point I want to make, you asked a question, you said, why, how come, even after we exited the Paris Club debt in 2005, we still have this humongous, debt stock. Okay, for me, the first thing is, in 2011, we made the mistake of, we embraced the international capital market, we issued Eurobonds, and up to today, we have been over-relying on the Eurobonds market, such that today we have up till 2051, we are obligated by up to 2051, to the international capital market. So you have our Eurobonds that constitute about 36% or so of the external debt stock, accounting for more than 50% of the external debt service. The other one is the wrong instruments we also use when we are doing domestic borrowing, okay, with emphasis on FGN bonds. Okay, the infrastructure stock component in our domestic debt instrument today is less than 3%. Talking about the Sukuk and the green bonds. Okay, we use more of FGN bonds, general obligation bonds that are not tied to projects. That's what. And finally, the abuse of ways and means. Ways and means, 30 trillion we've had in the past. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for recognizing me here. I'm Dr. Francis Igberasi. I'm from Ambrosali University, Epoma. I'm also the Edo chairman, the Edo Nes chairman. The lead speaker, and from what I have read over time, remittances appear to be the only factor that achieve relative stability. Now, the agents of these remittances are the people that move out of the country. Let's hold the high-skilled workers who have higher degrees, who can talk as human capital constant. This bothered me. Why is it that even when that is so, what we do is to preach against Japa, aka, instead of actually organizing it?
Please, can you go to your point?
Yeah, that is the point.
Okay.
Why is it, instead of leaving it for self-equilibration and start preaching against it, why don't we take a deliberate and conscious effort?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are
to ensure that we have more of these remittances.
There are studies on that. I would like to give a chance to that man. Last person, please. Japa.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think Professor Rahman raised a very fundamental point. Oh, my name is Dr. Justin Amase. To me, the most important issue Dr. Rama raised is the issue of slow structural transformation. Dr. Rama said it would take Africa roughly about 150 years. I think that's what you say, because of the
108.
Sorry, because of the slow rate of transformation. And I have discovered that from my own study and my own research that structural transformation is a major dilemma behind all the other weaknesses in Africa's economic fundamentals, because there are significant linkages between structural transformation and all the other drivers of growth and development. And if you look at the economies that have transformed successfully, Singapore, China, all of them, that is a starting point. So I want to point out some of the issues that Dr. Rama raised, especially the issue of debt, the issue of currency crisis. All of those are linked to lack of structural transformation. Because Dr. Rama said much of the borrowing was actually to be able to fund structural transformation. But in Africa, we have a very serious challenge that he also raised, that of leakages. Just like the case in Nigeria here, much of what is borrowed to fund infrastructure doesn't go completely there because of poor governance are exposed. So the major question now is, in the midst of poor governance, how is Africa going to tackle this fundamental issue of structural transformation? Because most industries now that are...
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we lost time before the session, so I didn't even get to the providing the solutions. But some of the solutions has already been put together. To drive structural transformation, you are very right. We need to think about domestic revenue mobilization and efficient utilization. If we do some of the things that we had in the first presentation, what Ayo Teriba was talking about in terms of unlocking capital from government assets and then unlocking value from our natural capital, this continent has a lot more resources that it requires to grow its economies. But mobilizing is one side, but utilization is the other. So plugging the leakages, illicit financial flows, trade misinvoicing, profit shifting, corruption, and all those things need to be tackled. But to do that, you need state capacity. And that state capacity is a question of institutions that we have already heard about. And that state capacity is a question of human capital formation, which the president has talked to us about. Then, but we also need a minimum level of stock of infrastructure to be able to unlock productivity in technologies, in logistics, and all those things. There is very clear research about productive infrastructure. So we need to also be able to get that done. There are several things that can be done. But on the demand side, the major problem I see in Africa is the appetite for foreign goods. If we do not consume, create demand for our own products, our SMEs will not grow. So and that is why we're pushing what I've called preferred procurement policy. In many countries I've advised, including China, they did it. Some call it local content, which is part of preferred procurement, but also aggressive policies to ensure that at least government agencies use domestic products. Then you create opportunities for manufacturing growth, and R&D will continue to increase, and so on. So both on the demand and supply side, there are several things we can do. But the African Development Bank, the question you asked us, have been trying to do quite a lot. To address debt, we're establishing, working with the African Union, what we have called the African Financial Stability Mechanism, to specifically address the debt financing risks on the continent. To address the quality of governance, we're establishing a public service delivery index and a price for public service delivery for the continent. To address the issue about fiscal sustainability, we have established the Public Financial Management Academy. The first graduates across the continent graduated here in Nigeria in December. And I see a lot of experts here that can actually help boost that academy to support African countries in order to grow better. And on macroeconomic stability, we have a macroeconomic management academy that we have established, now working with different countries that to help build these macroeconomic models that are actually integrated and embedded in their own realities, not based on foreign assumptions, but on how the economies work. The president talked to us about that in very clear terms. But to boost agriculture, which is a major driver of food price inflation in Africa, we have the SAPZs, the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones. Nigeria is participating, and we're actually investing billions of dollars across the continent to try and do this, thanks to our own AES member, President Akinwumi Adesina, that has led a lot of these reforms. So there's a lot of hope. Where will the growth come from? All these things we have talked about, human capital formation and the rest of it, is the way forward. But on the diaspora, the point there is that we need to be able to securitize those diaspora remittances so that it's channeled to productive investment instead of consumption smoothing, which is what is going on now. People send money for consumption, and that doesn't create growth. So that's one thing that needs to be done. But we also need to invest a lot more on creating diaspora bonds, which Ayo talked about as well. So there are several tools that you are going to find in the report. I'm going to give a hard copy to the president, but the electronic copy is on our website. You are welcome to read and contact us again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just want to share the outcome of a research into remittances in the light of the comment made by one of us there. 2 years ago, Bloomberg Research did a research on this Japa syndrome on the one hand, vis-a-vis remittances, and 5 countries globally came tops in terms of the benefit from inward migrations and then remittances back home. That were the beneficiaries. And of course, of inward migrations of highly skilled labor. Then the other side to it was countries that had very high remittances back home. Nigeria was #1, followed by Pakistan and then Vietnam. Now, what was the difference? For Nigeria, a lot of those remittances were not coming to our local FX market. A lot of those remittances remained in the countries of origin. So in which case, the exchanges were taking place by an understanding of currency, guess it where the remittance should actually originate from to the FX market in the domestic economy. Now, Pakistan and Vietnam, their own case was different. Remittances made it back to the FX markets of those countries. But between 2022 and 2024, Pakistan more or less copied Nigeria. So their own FX market also unraveled. So the question for us is, what needs to change to ensure that home remittances actually make it to the domestic FX market? That really is where I think the issue is. And just to mention, the main report of this session we are discussing is on the website of AFDB. So if you go there, you can get the full report itself. Because I have a copy that I downloaded, I think about a month or so ago. So thank you very much.
Right.
Okay, so let me conclude by giving an example of the Philippines and that of the South Korea case. In 1960, for instance, per capita GDP within these two, Philippines was just about 3,500, but South Korea has moved to almost above $10,000. Now the question is, what brought about these differences? It was just basically capital formation. What is capital formation? It's infrastructure. That's a major one. And part of infrastructure is about domestic capital formation. And that has mentioned for sustained growth. That is my first concluding remark. My second concluding remark is about the rising debt issues that he mentioned. My point on that basically is that and I will give the case of Nigeria. Currently, because of exchange rate unification, we had a lot of money going into FARC, right? Now, if we don't have any, what I call supplementary budget, especially at the sub-national level, with this liquidity that is going into their hand, and which I know most of them will not do. I know the federal government has come up with the supplementary budget, right? And the question is that if this excess liquidity don't go into any productive sector, what you have is almost a fiscal cost of inflation that will happen. That's one. The other thing is that it will have implication on rising debt stock vis-a-vis to, you know, some other things that will happen, and that's one of the drivers of debt, because you are running a fiscal deficit where you are financing that deficit, and that deficit is not going into productive activities, and then the aftermath effect is that you are going to have, you know, some level of, you know, rising debt to GDP ratio over the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your listening to us. Contributions to this session. We look forward to more in-depth discussion during the lunch break. Thank you.
Please, the President, can you come up on stage to join them for the group photograph? While the President comes up, please, can we give them a round of applause, because this session has also been very interesting. Thank you to Professor Rama for that excellent presentation. Thank you to the chairperson. Thank you, Dr. Adedikpe. And most thanks too, we go to Professor Erega, that we just co-opted you by accident and at the last minute, and you did not fail to deliver. Thank you. All right, let me quickly invite Professor Ndubisi Nwokoma to do us the honors to present the souvenirs to our distinguished speaker and panelist, as well as chairperson. Okay, the first will go to Professor Rama. Okay, the next would be Professor Antonia Simbine, DG NISA. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, Dr. Biodo Adedikpe. Last but not the least, Professor Bright Erega. Please, a round of applause for please, may we be seated, please? We are not done. Please, can we just be seated for another 30 minutes and we are done? President, please.
No, look, I just take it and go.
Yes, please, let's sit.
30 minutes. Yeah, I want to appear. I know we are hungry. I am too. And you have been exceptionally wonderful. Actually, we should have stretched our legs, but I want us to just do 30 minutes. 30 minutes, then we can take our lunch and go, so we don't have to come back. Please, 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 I beg you. Tomorrow we'll have better control. The politicians mess us up. You know, once you have the politicians, they mess us up. Tomorrow it will be like this, please. So Professor Wansa, Prof, maybe you can do just 5 minutes, and then the school team will just do 20 minutes and we'll leave. Sir, is it possible, sir? Or you do it tomorrow, the lunch, the book. We have time for the book launch tomorrow, the book team. Sir? 5 seconds, okay, sir. Sir?
Okay, so
is it 10 minutes?
5 minutes.
Oh, okay, okay. Only for,
Okay. Okay, Professor Mike, just please come up so that we can be fast about this. I hope we have Professor Joe Umo online already. Please, a round of applause as he does the presentation of the book on escaping poverty and unemployment in Africa. Please, can we just have this for strictly 10 minutes? If we can get out of here before 5:30, it will really be nice.
Thank you very much, MC, President, fellows, distinguished members of the Nigerian Economic Society, ladies and gentlemen. My task at this point in time is to present the highlights of a book written by one of our own, Professor Joe U. Umo, a professor of economics and fellow of the Nigerian Economic Society. The title of his book is Escaping Poverty and Unemployment in Africa, a Flagship Strategy. And the book is published, in the US by Page Publishing in Pennsylvania, USA. The book is robust, 660 pages, excluding the preliminary pages. I apologize on behalf of Professor Umo that copies of the book are not physical presentation due to some hitches the last few days. He had thought that he would be able to, he's in the US currently, and thought he would be able to courier a few copies of the books, which turned out not to be possible. And I did review a hard copy, but I didn't bring any the copy I reviewed along. And so that's why on the screen we have the title, of the book. The book, Escaping Poverty and Unemployment in Africa, a Flagship Strategy by Professor Joe Umo, a renowned professor of economics and development practitioner, is an interesting and insightful book to read, considering the currency of the subject matter and the flowing style of writing. The author brought to bear on the book his long years of experience as a university teacher and highly productive researcher, public policy practitioner, as former executive secretary of the National Manpower Board, Honorable Commissioner for Industries and Cooperatives, Akwa Ibom State, and importantly, as the International Labour Organization's Senior Employment and Poverty Expert in Addis Ababa. The book has 19 chapters, and it is structured into 4 main parts and a concluding single chapter part. Part 1 provides the background and problem structure, while Part 2 examines approaches to fighting poverty and unemployment. The third part is very significant as it discusses various poverty escape routes, including the proposed innovative flagship strategy. Part 4 examines the various strategies for stakeholders to engage in poverty and unemployment reduction activities, while the single chapter, Part 5, stresses the author's proposed flagship strategy for poverty and unemployment reduction in the context of the popular game of snakes and ladder. The significance of the flagship strategy derives from the fact that despite the numerous strategies of the past, poverty and unemployment remain crucial issues in African countries, Nigeria in particular. Recall that not long ago, Nigeria was described as the poverty capital of the world. To the author, poverty and unemployment are two sides of the same bad coin, and there is a compelling need to address them frontally through the strategies mapped out in the book. The new book, which addresses the twin challenges of poverty and unemployment, is an adaptation of the author's earlier book titled Escaping Poverty in Africa, A Perspective on Strategic Agenda for Nigeria. It has been broadened to include African poverty and unemployment issues, but with a special focus on Nigeria. It is hoped that the book will contribute substantially toward rethinking the strategy for resolving the huge challenge of poverty and unemployment in Nigeria and the Africa region. In the rest of the review, I will highlight the key messages, conclusions in each part of the book rather than chapter by chapter. The review I've done actually is about 13-page review, but we do the highlights in about 6 pages. Part 1, which covers the background and problem structure, examines various perspectives on the concept and nature of poverty, the relationship between poverty, growth and development, the 30 phases and consequences of African poverty, and unemployment and poverty linkages, in Nigeria. The key messages or observations in part 1 are as follows. 1, Africa is the only continent where over 50% of the population faces poverty. A review of poverty data for African countries, SDGs era, shows that in general, poverty is growing in the few countries, and in the few countries where it is declining or has declined, the rate of decline is very slow. In the case of Nigeria, as a leading poor nation in Africa, the case is strong for alternative strategies to fast-track poverty reduction or total elimination. This is where the flagship strategy canvassed in the book for escaping poverty, becomes very compelling. Number 2 observation, which is interesting, is that it relates to the 30 phases, what the author considers as the 30 phases and consequences of African poverty. This is indicated as important considering that failure to make facial identification as well as vigorously highlight the consequences has led most policymakers to trivialize its pernicious impact on society, economy, and individuals. Part 1 ends with a review of the importance of employment, unemployment, and poverty linkages in Nigeria. As employment, unemployment impacts development positively or negatively, there is the need for policymakers to prioritize poverty reduction and employment generation. Part 2 focuses on the approaches to fighting poverty and unemployment. And it is the heart of the book because it examines the various poverty alleviation programs in Nigeria, including the very limited impact of most of them on poverty reduction. Importantly, is the conclusion that poverty alleviation programs, including the conditional cash transfer, do not eliminate poverty, but rather provide temporary relief. The author warns against reliance on the conditional cash transfer to achieve what it is not designed to do, namely using it as the main solution to mass unemployment and poses the flagship strategy as the best weapon to deploy against mass poverty and mass unemployment. A general feature of the flagship strategy is that it addresses simultaneously both mass poverty and mass unemployment as it targets maximum full employment. Well, I've been given 1 minute to round up. I'm not sure I've actually done 10 minutes, but I will then just go to the concluding part. The last thing, which contains conclusions and featuring the poverty escape ladder. The author uses the popular game of snakes and ladders to configure a word ladder as the framework for the concluding chapter 19, climbing the poverty escape ladder. One's position on the imaginary word ladder depends on the specific activities undertaken as well as the operating environment. Second, among the strategies that can help both individuals and countries to escape poverty or poverty-reducing employment paradigm as the core. The chapter stresses the critical issues in the application of the flagship strategy and upward climb on the word ladder. Finally, according to the author, goodbye can be said to poverty through tackling the problem avoidance syndrome. In conclusion, I wish to state that the book Escaping Poverty and Unemployment in Africa, a flagship strategy, is very interesting and well written, with insightful contributions to the fight against poverty and unemployment in the African continent and Nigeria in particular. It is well structured into 19 chapters, with each having an introduction and a conclusion. The book is written in excellent prose, supported with simplified analysis and illustrations. It is written in fluent language that reflects Professor Joe Umon's highly reputed articulateness. The thoughts are so well organized that the reader finds it hard to stop reading. Importantly, the book should be of notable interest to a wide spectrum of stakeholders. One, all those who aim to change the face of poverty, not only in Nigeria, but also in other developing countries struggling with the challenge of poverty and unemployment. Two, even countries free of the poverty and unemployment challenge should take interest in the book, for as the author has argued, poverty concentration in some countries can grow to a level that can disrupt the peace of countries which are not in poverty. Then, thirdly, scholars and students. Fourthly, researchers on development, economics, and other areas. Then, fifth, policy makers and politicians on whose shoulders rests the responsibility for addressing crucial development issues like poverty and unemployment. And finally, all families in African countries who at one time or the other have to deal with the issue of poverty and unemployment affecting family members. And therefore, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I strongly recommend the book to all the above categories of stakeholders. They will find one aspect of the book or the other to be very useful or beneficial. Well, let me add finally that the book as at now is being marketed by Amazon.com, and it has been distributed, to a number of bookstores in the US and United Kingdom. The electronic copy as at now is US dollars 9.99. That's about $10 for the electronic copy. Then the paperback, which will soon become available in the country, costs $35.95 US dollars. That's $36. So I commend it to all of you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Please, another round of applause for Professor Mike Obadan. So we just have less than 30 minutes to go for, is this supper now? Because this one is not lunch anymore. But we'll just have to do the next session, which is a roundtable for students, faculty, and Nes, with topic building the capacity of economics graduate, roles of departments and Nes. Please, let me just quickly invite the moderator, Professor Sarah Ayamu, fellow Nes, University of Abuja. Please, a round of applause. Our panelists, Professor Adeola Adenikinju, President Nes, Mr. Israel Bakari, Lagos State University, the President of NESA. Please, a round of applause. Are they still in the room? Dr. Dahiru Sulaiman, HOD, Department of Economics, ABU. Dr. Mrs. Felicia Nebechi Onuigbo, HOD, Department of Economics, Enugu State University. Then Professor Abdulaziz Shehu, HOD, Department of Economics, Bayes University, Abuja. Oh, okay. Where's Mr. Israel Bakari, Lagos State University, President NESA? Oh, okay.
We are finished. Is he coming? Is she part of us? Are you part of us? Okay, come. Okay. And I welcome everyone to this roundtable discussion on building the capacity of our graduates and the role of departments and Nigeria Economic Society. It's my honor to moderate. And you can see this nation, we are at the critical situation. We have inflation, unemployment, high crime rates, everything, high debt servicing and all the rest. So today, we are going to profile actionable recommendations by building the capacity of our students. They are the leaders of tomorrow. They are the entrepreneurs. They are the nation builders. They are the change agents. So we need to build their capacity. On that note, we don't have time. I will ask the president. I have a question here for you. The president of NES. You tell us, what are the initiatives that the Nigeria Economic Society is putting in place to support the capacity building and networking of our graduates? And in addition, what role should Nigeria Economic Society play, in training the students in most of these new softwares like AI, big data, data mining, and all the rest? So we listen to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm very passionate about the students. And I think it's very important that because they are the future. I believe they are the future, and we need to be very, to be very deliberate in mentoring them. I believe that we need to promote collaborative relationship with our students. In many places, really abroad, students, faculty relationship is very, very important. Here is, lecturer is coming, the students are afraid. I think it's important to have that kind of relationship with them. And so when I became president, one of the things, and you see that here, in this year's event, is to encourage the students to be part of what we are doing. So we're very deliberate about that. I went looking for money, to get the students funded here. Actually, but for the exams, we have a lot more of them. So that because they are going to be the future, they need to have that kind of relationship. And even, the president of NESA had visited me in Ibadan with his council and I've advised them. And hopefully at the meeting of AGM, we must have a way of actually bridging the gap. Because NESA is just doing its own thing. There's no cultural relationship. There's no relationship or kind relationship between NESA and NES. As it is today, NESA is on its own. NES is not represented on NESA's board. NESA is not on NES board. They are just independent. And I think we have to find a way of bridging. I brought it up to my council. It wasn't very popular at that time. Maybe I'll bring it, go take it to, that even NESA president should be a representative. They should have a position that we a student representative council in NES Government Council. Yes. In NAEE, where I was the president, the student body is represented in the council of NAEE. In the IAEE, the international body, student is represented, they are there, so that their interests are protected. So I think it's something we need to do. 2, I've appointed an SC for the students. Dr. Noso is doing fantastically well. So that again, that will bring about that trust, that confidence in them. 3rd, we just signed an MOU with AFEM. AFEM is African Finance Economic something based in the US. So AI, all of these other things, I think they want to bring to see how they would, provide the collaboration with the students. And then finally, we also have mentorship programs. We're going to have mentors for the students so that, they can have proper guidance and, and support, as the transition from being students to become, and the final thing I will just mention is that we're going to have, by the grace of God, continuous training. We're going to have training program for them so that, again, we prepare and build all the capacity, their capacities that will make them relevant even in the place of employment and the schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Now, the next question to Professor Abdul Aziz Shehu. Now, given the skill and knowledge gaps we have in this country, especially for the graduates, NUC is trying to promote entrepreneurship studies. Please, what are, including the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, the SWOT analysis of economics as a discipline in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. Before I respond, I would like to comment on the remark made by the President on the collaboration between the students and the NES. I think you still need to work on it because of, from what you okay, they are upstairs, right? But I think that if you look at here, most of the students, the ones who have been invited here, is not across almost all the universities in the country. So I think we need. You have done a good job, but still you need to work on that, so we can have a fair representation of students in your programs. Then regarding the SWOT analysis, the department and the NES has an important role to play towards building the capacity of university graduates. The department, as a stakeholder, they are in charge of designing the curriculum. So the curriculum is also being guided by National University Commission of Nigeria. So recently we have what we call a CCMAS, which gives the department an opportunity to introduce 30% of indigenous courses. So to move forward, there will be need for NES, the departments, as well as the NUC to collaborate, so they can be able to introduce programs that will build the capacity of the students, so that they can be easily employable in the industry. One of the major challenges we are having here is most of the courses that are being taught at university level, they are more of theory. The practical courses are not there. So somebody will graduate without having required skills to employ in the industry. Second, also the issue of networking also is not there. People doesn't have the network. Someone can finish, he has the facilities, he has the skills because of lack of the network skills. Then third, also, to the best of my knowledge, I've never seen that Nes coming to organize programs, coming to organize workshops for the students. Then fourthly, also the issue of assistance, because I understand that most of the universities, most of the schools, they lack funding for the basic requirements needed for building the capacity of the students. For example, the econometric laboratories, for example, and the rest. So there will be need for the Nes to come in so that they can help the departments to build the capacity of the students in Nigerian universities. Lastly, to move forward, there will need to be a proactive collaboration as well as NUC to introduce programs and initiatives that will build the capacity of Nigerian students so that they can be ready to be employed in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Now we go to the only lady in the panel as the speaker, Dr. Mrs. Fidelia Nebichi Onogu from Enugu State University. You are welcome. Now, I want to ask, how does your department plan to prepare the students for the labor market to make them more employable through internship, mentoring programs, and all the rest? Economic development in general. Thank you.
For my students, they will be able to sit up in entrepreneurial issues. You know, at a point, entrepreneurial studies is being introduced in higher institutions to help students, to enable them to sit up and it will help our students to learn how to face the global market, because teaching them theory in economics, only theory, will not be of use to them. You know, we need skills in education, functional education, education that will be natural, that will bring out the natural needs of the individual. That's the education we need in this country. And only if this education is being imparted on them, that's when you now see them being effective. And there was a program, a policy that was introduced then in the then Anambra State in 1989. That policy, they call it MOSAI, Mass Mobilization of Schools for Agriculture and Industry. I trust in that. I have a trust in that policy, that if that policy is being brought up again and being used for our students, they will be able to pick up and have that skill that is needed of them, that they will require to progress in life and to be able to function well in the global industry, in the whole world. That's the place I'm directing this, my thinking. That's another one. Another thing is that when they now have that idea of progressing using that skill they have learned from that issues in entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial economies, that will help them to progress, that will help them to learn and do as expected of them in schools and even outside school. because it's what they learned in school that they will now carry out into the whole world and use it to grow, use it to live, and use it to succeed in life. So I'm suggesting that we now look into functional education, because if you watch all the papers presented today, all of them are tilting towards education. It's not just education, but the education should be a functional education. Education that will touch the natural needs of the individual. That's the education we need in this country. And only if when such education is being imparted on these children and bring out that which is expected of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Can we have two people from the floor, contributors? Only two? Thank you. You have talked. Then we need a lady. Okay, then she's the
Thank you very much. My name is Musba Babatunde. I think it's we need to revise the curriculum of economics learning in this country so that we can actually tailor it to industry needs, not just economic theory per se. I'm the current commissioner for budget and planning in Oyo State, and what our graduates coming in, and then they are not familiar with most of the workings of government. And I get the same clue from my colleagues at the private sector as well, that they have to organize certain trainings for them. Most of them are about central bank monetary policy decisions. These are the things we need to actually get them acquainted with. Let's the curriculum to actually make them to be tailor-made to industry needs and government or public sector. And this will actually go a long way to reduce the unemployment challenges that they're actually having when they
Thank you very much. Then there's only two, please. Only two. We don't have the time. Only two. Yes, the lady there.
Thank you. Professor Kalista Obi from Delta State University. First of all, I want to thank the presenters and the discussants too. I want to suggest it is not all about curriculum review. It is how current is our teaching material. Because if I'm teaching monetary policy, for instance, I think I should incorporate the new policies that CBN just made, into the lecture notes. So it is about our teaching material. We should be able to update it and not use 1990 teaching material always. Secondly, I suggest that from time to time, we can organize at the departmental level career lectures for them, career workshops. We have professors in various departments. These professors are the ones coming here to talk to us. They can talk to the students. We've just finished, we're rounding up a conference by Thursday. We can go home, organize a one-day lecture for them, and summarize what we have done here so that they will be carried along. I think with that, they will start picking interest in Nes, and when they graduate, they will have that zeal to always come to Nes, that's attend Nes conferences and every other activity. So that is what I want to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In just 1 minute, Mr. President, what's your, give us a takeaway. Just 1 minute.
Takeaway. Actually, I think we need to work together. We set up this forum, and I've tried to meet with issue this 1 or 2 times. Unfortunately, only few people turn up. We need to have this, these collaborations between or amongst the departments, the Nes, and the students. One of the students were talking about issue around what they call it, this internship. That will provide also an opportunity where they can interface with the industry or with government, spend some time, maybe 3 months, like we do in CPL. Unfortunately, the problem with the federal universities is that because of the strike, I mean, UI, for instance, now as you have finished one session, in 2 weeks another session is starting. So you are not able to have this period that will allow the student to just go on internship. Otherwise, that will be an opportunity for them to, you know, to intern either in government institutions, you know, like yours, or in places of other places where they can start to learn, you know, some of the practical things that happen in the industries or in the real world. So, so we need to have you know, a broader meeting. You know, a takeaway from this is for us as Nes to provide that coordinating, and then the issue is to work together, so that we can see areas we can, assist the students and get them to be better prepared for the, for the world outside.
Thank you. To make our students globally competitive, we want Professor Abdulaziz Shehu give us just a takeaway on the discussion to make our students globally competitive.
To make our students globally competitive, there will be need for a robust curriculum that will capture the current economic challenges, as well as meet up the demand of the industries. There will only certain be for collaboration among the stakeholders, basically the departments, the universities, the NUC, so that they'll come up with a robust curriculum which can be able to have a linkage, which can provide the students with basic skills so that they can be easily employed in the industry. Thank you.
Okay. And the HOD from Enugu State University, can you just tell us, how do we improve, just in a minute, your thoughts on the employability of our students? How do we improve it, the employability in the labor market? Because majority are still looking for jobs, the graduate unemployment is on the high side. We want our students to come out and be gainfully. How do we improve the employability of our graduates? Thank you.
The answer is skill acquisition, training on the school, in the school training. They will be in school, but they will be going out for a training. That was what made Ghanaians what they were today. Because I could remember when I was in secondary school, that my teachers then was all Ghanaians. But because of the fact that they now started a training for their students, especially the junior ones, they will organize what it looks like that mosaic for them. Mass mobilization of schools for agriculture and industry for the students. And the students will go to the school on that day for mosaic or for that mass mobilization. They will go to that center, they will be getting the training. Either acquiring skills on how to make hair, or how to make clothes, or how to make one thing or the other. Just that training. Because our children, they don't know how to, where you can now get the broom you are using. They don't know how to prepare broom. They don't know how to prepare the local fan or mat or basket and so on and so forth. So we need such training for them. That will help them to pick up and be able to keep with the global change we are in. Thank you.
Finally, the audience, we want to appreciate. We have closed. Sorry about that. Okay, let's just give you a minute. Just a minute, please. Join us back, please. Just a minute. Continue. Talk, please. Be fast. Thank you very much. The panelists, the next president, our HODs from BASE, from Enugu State University, we thank you all for your valuable contributions and the others. Thank you very much. But we should go back and continue to empower our students, make them great leaders of tomorrow, make them great entrepreneurs, and make them change builders, change makers, change agents. And that will promote the economics as a discipline in Nigeria. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Please, please may you rise for a photograph, and can I crave the indulgence of inviting Professor P.C. Egbon to make the presentations of the souvenirs to our panelists. President, we are not giving you again. So, Professor Sarah Yamu first. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them. And a round of applause for you, because you've been such a fantastic, fabulous audience. From before 9 a.m. we've been here, and it's about 5:30 or thereabout. You've been so excellent. Another round of applause for you. So we've come to the end of the first day of this conference. We'll be going for lunch soon, but please do remember that tomorrow, the politicians will not derail us like they did today. So we'll crave your indulgence to be here before 9 a.m. Tomorrow so that the conference can start. So thank you very, very, very much. It's been so nice anchoring your events tonight, at least, okay, this evening. I'm Nancy Nnaji. This is now supper, it's not lunch. The council members, fellows, and invited guests, please, we will have our LOC. Prof, please direct our council members, our fellows, and invited guests out of the room to the right. Others have even left the room to the basement, to within the foyer to eat. So thank you very much, and have a good evening.